Ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for the guests to get seated, so please be patient. Thank you very much. We'll be starting in a few minutes.
Everything is good. I was just sorry. I was just putting here my computer because In case I can't see well the slides, I have the backup.
Oh, absolutely.
All is well. I'm just turning this button. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please may I ask you to take your seats. The program will commence soon. حضورنا الكرام، نود تذكيركم بأن اللغة الرسمية للمؤتمر هي اللغة الإنجليزية، لذا يمكنكم الاستماع إلى الترجمة باللغة العربية عبر أجهزة الترجمة. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. It is the 5th day of the IAEE 44th International Conference here in the heart of Saudi Arabia, where energy has a home. I'm your MC, Rana Al-Hanaya. Your safety matters to us, so kindly keep these simple directions in mind. We are not planning any drills. Should an incident occur, the emergency exits are on both sides of the main hall. As a courtesy, please set your phones to silent during the plenary. I hope you have enjoyed this morning's networking breakfast, as this conference is a golden opportunity to network with your peers from all over the world. There will be time allocated for questions at the end, so please leave them till then. A QR code will appear on the screen, and you can use that to send your question. We also would like to remind you that there are 3 Wi-Fi networks, IAEE main 1, 2, and 3, and the password is the same as the Wi-Fi name. That was it for the housekeeping, and now, without further ado, let's start our session. Our moderator for this session holds the role of Chief Economic Advisor at the Ministry of Economy and Planning. He is also a faculty member at Prince Saud Al Faisal Institute for Diplomatic Studies, as well as an expert at IMF. He worked as a consultant in many prestigious organizations in both the public and private sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to stage Raja Al-Marzouqi. Raja, the floor is yours.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. I'd like to welcome you to this important session about diversification in economy and energy. So this session we will try to discuss both how resource-rich country in the MENA region will be able to diversify their economy, what type of policies that should be recommended, what type of challenge that facing them, why some country in the globe been able to diversify their economy, and why others been able to diversify their economy. So such lessons actually need to be drawn from all this experience globally, and hopefully we'll be able to answer some of these questions. We have a great panelist with us, try to answer all your questions. Energy, also a big issue, how to diversify away from fossil fuel at the region, how to reduce it, how to reduce the dependency of the region on one source of income and one source of shocks that shocks their economy. Such shocks that with the fluctuations of the oil price, as they heavily depend on oil, causing instability in the economy, and this instability make it a little bit difficult to diversify the economy, which increase the uncertainty and also risk in the region. And the big question, how countries able to reduce this instability and make the economy more in the stable stage of equilibrium as we want to see it as an economist. All these type of questions and answers need to be answered, and hopefully we'll have enough time to cover most of these issues. Would like to invite our colleagues to the panel stage. We have with us Roberta Gatti. Roberta is a chief economist at Middle East and North Africa at World Bank Group. So, Abdullah Al-Abbasi, Research Fellow at Dirasat. Abdullah. Nof Al-Sharif, Managing Director, Research at Jadwa Investment. John Devtroyers, Senior Advisor, International Advisory Council Member. Fuad Hassanov, Senior Economist, International Monetary Fund. I think, Roberta, we will start with you with your presentation. You have about 20 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Raja, for the kind introduction, and especially thank you to the International Association of Energy Economics and KAPSARC for the kind invitation. It is an honor for me to be here. But I need to make a confession. I'm not an energy economist. I'm just an economist. So what I decided for the presentation today is to take a long-run view of diversification and economic development. And hopefully this will be a useful framework for us to then engage in the conversation that Dr. Raja has outlined for us. Just give me a second to open up this presentation also here in front of me. Very good. And so I will start with how diversification matters for development. I will then move on very briefly to different measures of diversification, and I'm taking this opportunity with you to take a fresh look of the evidence that we have of how economic development and diversification have evolved over the years in the world. I'm working together with colleagues in my office on a paper that tries to update one of the seminal contributions in the literature on diversification, and I will be able to present you some new results, some of which we fully understand and some of which instead are still to be dug into. And then I'll move on to policies for diversification, and I just wanted to give you a preview rather than a list of policies. I'll try to propose a lens through which interpret these policies as they've been adopted in the world for diversification. So I was saying that I'm taking a long-run view of diversification, and this long-run view is very long because I wanted to start with Ricardo. So as you, all economists in the room here will remember, the comparative advantage theory of Ricardo would predict that as economies open up, they would specialize. And the comparative advantage is also strengthened by newer findings in the literature, and by newer I mean about 50 years ago, that point at the benefits of agglomeration. For example, in papers by Dornbusch, we find that when transport costs reduce, it means that countries are notionally closer to each other, and therefore there are more incentives for concentration of specialization. At the same time, when there are demand externalities, it's more profitable for producers to cluster. And this, again, predicts concentration. So the long-run view is that as you grow, you have incentives to concentrate rather than diversify. But something very important that Dr. Raja already pointed out, and that we know from the empirics, is that it is very costly to grow as a concentrated economy. So what you see here, under the title of Diversification Reduces Vulnerability to Sector-Specific Shock, is a graph that plots GDP per capita for the past, I guess from 1960 to 2020 is 60 years, for highly resource-rich economies, moderately resource-rich economies, and resource-poor economies. The highly resource-rich economies here are defined as countries that have a comparative advantage from the point of factor endowment in resources. And we measure it, and I'll be happy to discuss it later if that's of interest, as the ratio of net resource exports over the working age population. So this is kind of like thinking about Ricardian theory in a very simple way. You have two factors of endowment. One is resources, the other is people. If you end up being a sort of net exporter of resources, you're considered a resource-rich country. If the share of net resources over the working age population is above the median, you're a highly rich resource economy. And among these, we count many of the GCC countries that we think about a lot in terms of diversification. lo and behold, the main message of this picture is that you see the GDP plotted in the blue line having big swings up and down. And this is the GDP of highly resource-rich economies. I'm not saying here anything new, but we know that because of super cycles in oil prices and the variability in commodity prices, economies that are highly resource-rich tend to have GDP that swings a lot, tend to have concentrated export that are intensive in resources, and also have fiscal revenues that often vary with oil prices. So on one hand, as countries grow, the tendency to specialize. On the other, is extreme cost of growing as concentrated economy, particularly for resource-rich economies. So what does the evidence say in terms of whether countries concentrate or diversify as they grow? So, as it is often common in economics, it's a little bit of both. So, the paper by Imms and KAPSARC in 2003 was published on the American Economic Review, and it has become the sort of reference paper for how we interpret the relationship between diversification and economic development. What they find is that a U-shaped pattern, and I'll show it to you in a moment, of diversification in employment and value added, which are two dimensions where we measure economic diversification as a function of GDP per capita. This paper spawned a significant set of new papers that looked at different dimensions of diversification, one of which is fundamental also for GCC countries, is concentration or diversification of export. And lo and behold, what these papers found is that also exports tend to follow a U-shaped pattern. Countries, when they are poor, they progressively diversify, and then after a certain level of income per capita, they reconcentrate again. So it seems that these two forces, one of diversification and the other one of concentration, play out over the whole spectrum of economic development. Now, what I've described to you are positive type of statement. This is what happens when countries grow. But should we make diversification a normative imperative for countries? And said in a less nerdy way, should we make it a policy objective in and of itself? For resource-rich countries, the vulnerability to shock and the variability to GDP is a real issue, and it is very costly to grow that way. There's a further imperative that really puts the nail in the coffin on whether diversification should be a policy objective in and unto itself, and that's the reality of climate change. What you see plotted here are the Brent crude oil prices and natural gas prices over 2020 to 2027. And some people say that we are living through the last super cycle of high oil prices. And what you see is a convergence over time of the price of oil at about $70 per barrel, and similarly for natural gas prices. What is driving this? Many forces. One is that demand for fossil fuels is expected to be changing and reducing to be able to manage climate change and arrive at net zero emissions. So if we take the net zero emissions by 2050 seriously, then for resource-rich countries, diversification becomes a true imperative. Now, let me just glaze through different measures and dimensions of diversification, and you'll see graphs that pertain to the first three: employment, whether it's concentrated or diversified across sectors; value added, which presents some differences depending on whether some industries are more or less capital intensive vis-a-vis employment; and export. And these measures are available for a large number of countries from the UNIDO database and the Comtrade database. They're usually available for manufacturing only, and this is what I will present to you in the data. So with this background, what I wanted to go is, to present a fresh look on the evidence of diversification. And this is what we're doing in this new work that is being conducted in the office that I lead, which is the Middle East and North Africa Chief Economist Office in the World Bank. So we will revisit the finding that IMS and Vaxiar had 20 years ago of the relationship between diversification and development. We'll see how that plays out across different measures. And then we'll try to unpack whether this pattern that we see in the data is due to immutable differences across countries, or it's really a prerogative of the development process. And hopefully what I mean by this will become clear in a minute. And finally, we apply this estimation to resource-rich and resource-poor countries. So let's start at the beginning. 20 years ago, the paper by IMS and Vaxiar came out and showed this relationship between GDP per capita and concentration of employment. What you see on the y-axis is the Gini coefficient, which we all know is a typically used measure of concentration. So if you go from left to right, you find the countries become progressively richer. So as countries start very poor, let's say at about $3,000 in 1985 cost in dollars per capita, you see the countries are very concentrated with a Gini coefficient of almost 0.6. As they grow richer, they become more diversified. And this is the typical, intuitively, the typical structural transformation that we often talk about when we think about the development process of poor countries that tend to be rich in commodities, but they haven't developed yet manufacturing or a service industry. So at an income midpoint of about $9,000, which in their data corresponded to the income per capita of Ireland in the early 90s, countries start to reconcentrate. But as you can see, this U-shaped pattern is not symmetrical. So there's a lot of diversification to begin with, and then some reconcentration, but not all the way back to very high levels of the Gini coefficient. So this is what I was talking about when I said, what does the evidence say about the relationship between diversification and development? Diversification first increases with development from poor to middle-income countries, and then it increases back again. This is what we knew as of 2003, and this is what I've been working on with my team to update and expand. So here you see 3 U-curves. The first one, and let me see if I can use the, take 2. Let me see if I can use the pointer. So this first curve here, which I'm trying to point at, is the update of the curve that you saw before. We see again the U shape, but now, instead of the 66 countries that IMS and Vaxiar were working on in 34 years, we use 172 countries and 57 years. So this pattern of first diversification and then reconcentration persists. And it persists both for employment, which I'm trying to point at, and value added. It is also there for export, and that's the third graph on the right. But as you can see, the concentration of export is much higher than the one that you see in employment in sectors on the value added. To some extent, this is a function of how the Gini coefficient works, because there are 650 categories of goods classified in Comtrade for exports, but the average number of products that a country exports is about 300. And so when you have a lot of zeros, you will find that the concentration increases. So this is the first result that we see. We confirm that countries first diversify, and then after a turning point, which now we estimate to be at about $20,000 in constant 1985 dollars in PPP, they then reconcentrate. Now, I was telling you, let me glaze over this one, which sort of points at where some of our country years were, as we have this estimation, which is constructed with a non-parametric methodology. But let me move to this other graph, and you'll say it's the same, almost. And let me try to explain what we were trying to do here. What we were trying to do is try to understand whether this pattern of first diversification and then concentration has to do with immutable characteristics of countries. Say, good institution, good governance, good social capital, or whether it is really due to an intrinsic process of development. So let's take only employment. I'm still trying to use the pointer. And look at what we have in the pool data. This is the whole panel. The whole data were put together. And this is the graph that I showed before. The one to the left is the one that I showed before, a U-curve. What we do then is that we divide this variation across countries in two parts. One that is due to immutable country characteristics, what we call the between variation, and one that is due to the process of development over time, what a single country does on average as it gets richer. And that's called the within variation that you see to the right. Lo and behold, this process seems to be more driven by immutable characteristics that are country-specific, such as institution, than to the process of development. As a matter of fact, when countries get richer, they continue to reconcentrate, and that's the estimated within variation that you see here to the right. Now, this might sound all too theoretical, but what does it mean for resource-rich and resource-poor countries? And how should we think about these processes of concentrations and diversification when countries differ in such a distinct way as to be resource-poor and resource-rich? And this is what I'm going to try to show you in the upcoming graph, but I just wanted to remind us of how we define resource-rich countries. First, we consider resources, those that are called point resources. So they are oil, gas, metals. But we don't consider resources, natural resources, something like forestry or agriculture, because the process of developing those resources is different. And then we identify resource-rich countries as countries that, over the whole period of analysis, are net exporters of natural resources, a kind of measure of revealed comparative advantage. So what happens when we split the sample between resource-rich and resource-poor? What you find here is the same graph that we had before, but with two groups of countries, resource-rich with the solid line and resource-poor with the dashed line. So what happens here is that you see that resource-poor countries diversify more when they are in the space of being relatively poor and up to the middle income, and then they reconcentrate significantly after that. Resource-rich countries instead diversify, and they kind of start plateauing a little bit around $10,000 without a further reconcentration. The shape of employment and value added is very similar, but something that we have known from even basic analysis is that exports of resource-rich countries are always more concentrated than exports of resource-poor countries. Although we find that hump shape. And by the way, initially I mentioned a few papers in the literature that look at the shape of export concentration over the development path. And what people have found is that diversification over the development path happens primarily on the extensive margin. What does that mean? Is that it happens by producing new products and exporting those new products. Now, I'm not sure that, and this is the part where I told you this is new analysis and we have cracked the code of what happens to diversification. I'm not so sure that we have the whole explanation for why we see such a difference in the patterns of resource-poor countries here who reconcentrate significantly and resource-rich. It could be measurement, and it could be that much of the diversification that happens in the currently high-rich countries happens through services. And the data here are traditionally only about manufacturing. It might also be that there are spurious factors. Countries as the composition of countries as we divide these two samples might be different. And we know that if high income countries are smaller, we know that smaller countries tend to be concentrate is because they need to be more integrated in the global economy. So I leave you with this puzzle, and I'm kind of curious to see if you have ideas to offer for why we see these patterns, which is new in the literature. But I wanted next to move to the question that then will become the object of our discussion in the panel. And that's the idea of policies for diversification. So let me take a step back. In this presentation, I hope that we agree that diversification should be a policy objective in and of itself for countries that are resource-rich, highly concentrated in fossil fuel, also because of the imperative of climate change, and not only because of the implicit cost that the variability and the vulnerability of exposure to oil or gas prices shocks imposes on these countries. But how to think about diversification? I hope that this is a useful framework for you to think about these policies. So why are countries not sufficiently diversified if that is in the overall interest of the country to reduce vulnerability to sectoral shocks? One possible view is that, there is a policy failure. So think about a literature that is a literature of actually macroeconomics and fiscal rules, where scholars have found that governments and politicians systematically interpret temporary windfalls in oil prices or gas prices or commodity prices as permanent. In that case, what do? They tend to be more profligate than they would need to, and to make their fiscal policy pro-cyclical. We all know that it's optimal for fiscal policy to be counter-cyclical, meaning for the government to inject resources in the economy when the economy is doing badly. But this type of policy failure makes politicians do exactly the opposite. And parenthetically, when we look at the data, this is what happens more or less in MENA, although we found that over time the procyclicality of fiscal policies in MENA has decreased. So let's say there is that policy failure. What is a solution to eliminate that failure? It is to establish a fiscal rule and, by consequence, to have a sovereign wealth fund form. And now there are around in, I think, about 25 countries, more or less. Most of them are about oil-based resources, but some countries like Chile have it related to commodity copper prices, to smooth the variation in the economy and allow fiscal policy to inject resources in the economy when the economy does badly, which is when prices of the commodity in which the country has a comparative advantage go down. So that is one policy failure, and that's one rule, which I think is by now well understood in the literature and in the policy arena and applied quite broadly, although establishing a fiscal rule is easier said than done. How to legislate a fiscal rule that is meaningful and is actionable, it's quite, I think, a mix of economics and art. But then there are market failures. There is a paper in the literature which I like a lot, and by somebody who for sure will get the Nobel Prize, Daron Acemoglu, co-author with Fabrizio Zilibotti, who studies diversification along the spectrum of development. And what they find is that they think that to expand into a new good, you need to make like a big investment. They call it like a lumpy investment. And if initial investments are high, what do you need to do? You need to borrow for that investment. But financial markets are not complete, and sometimes there are financial constraints. So what has happened is that poor countries tend not to have those lumpy resources to invest in expand the variety of their goods, and so they tend to diversify too little. And that's a market failure, because it would be optimal for them to diversify to reduce the vulnerability to sector-specific shocks. So what are the responses to something that looks like a market failure? And that's where I think the debate is the most active. Many countries provide direct incentives to the non-resource sector to increase the production in the non-resource sector and diversify. That's what we usually think of put under the big umbrella of industrial policy. And there's a whole gamut, and I'm sure that my esteemed colleague and panelists here will touch upon that. One of the big criticisms of industrial policies is that you essentially try to pick winners. And in a world that is uncertain, you don't know whether those sectors that you pick are going to be winners. So an alternative of not picking winners but addressing the constraint would be, let's say the constraint is financial, then you provide a sort of seed funding for new startups. And that's how, among, I don't know, many competing startups, you might end up having a new variety of product or a new product. The third thing that you can do is what I heard being defined as investing in no-regret reforms, which is investing in human capital or investing in governance. Essentially, this type of reforms that are not sector-specific to, I don't know, picking tourism versus cosmetics or versus, I don't know, manufacturing of clothes, they address market failures in the economy. We always talk about underinvestment in education, but they do so in a flexible way, in a way that changes progressively the endowment of country. So imagine the country of Saudi Arabia, the country that is hosting us today and that has done so much in thinking and implementing policies for diversification. Saudi Arabia, as it continues to invest in education, will be changing the environment from just having a comparative advantage in resources, in natural resources, to having progressively also a comparative advantage in human capital that will be essential for developing a high-tech industry and to develop innovation at the frontier. So rather than prescriptive ideas about what countries should and should not do, I hope that this framework is useful for us in the discussion in making us think about what type of constraints some policies are trying to tackle and how countries are going about it, and also the risks that are associated with some policies rather than others. But before concluding, I wanted to leave you with one moment of advertisement. And I think that this is the most important crowd to whom I could advertise this work. Starting with May, my office, under the leadership of our Vice President Farid Belhaj, is starting a project, a research project on diversification and decarbonization. And what we'll do is that we'll have an open call for papers for academia and think tanks for submissions of interesting papers of research that could address some of the questions that we have identified through a process of focus groups, almost, with our country units. So what we did is that we sat with all our colleagues in the World Bank who are mapped to different country groups, the Gulf, the Mashrek, the Maghreb, Egypt and Yemen, and discussed with them what are the most pressing policy questions that we as an institution are facing. This is what came out. And you might not be surprised, given that we work at the World Bank, I work at the World Bank, that one of the most pressing questions is the redistributive aspect of energy policy, energy transition policies. We want to know whether these policies will be win-win, whether they really will ignite growth. Will they really decrease vulnerability to sector-specific shocks? And how will they behave in the space of products? Are they like innovation? Is like research and development? And finally, how do policies that are more flexible, such as, for example, investing in human capital or removing distortions in the labor market, how are they enabling more diversification? So with these questions, and I hope a few answers that I described along the way, I wanted to thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Roberta, for this informative presentation. It answers many questions, but also stimulate other many questions. So we'll come back to you on some of these questions. Now I would like to turn to Fuad as we discuss diversifications, and I noticed also there is sometimes a confusion how to measure diversifications. And some countries, they just use non-oil sector as an indicator that we diversified or not, while the government spending is mostly the driver. Once oil price dropped, regardless how big the size of non-oil sector that heavily depends on government spending, the whole economy affected. I think the IMF already come up with some idea of discussing how to measure it away from this confusion's way. So if you please shed light on it.
Thank you, Raja. Thank you all for coming, and thank you organizers for the invitations. Happy to be here. So to get onto this question, you know, Robert, you are right. There are different measures of diversification. We saw it here, but if you think about actually what is the most important one, kind of when you think about diversification, especially for natural resource producers, it's really about exports. So I think we did a conference in Kuwait in 2014, right before oil prices collapsed. So we actually had to convince policymakers. No, that was an important topic. You know, I think Dr. Majid was there at the conference with us. And we had a book that came out, Breaking the Oil Spell, in 2016. And there we actually, the chapter we wrote talks about that. If you look at output diversification, for example, you know, countries actually, we compared Bahrain and Singapore. They're very similar. You know, most economies, it's mostly services. So if you want to look at kind of tradable sector diversification, exports is a good proxy. And when you look at exports, then you see a completely different picture. Bahrain is very much concentrated on oil, refining, and you know, it says manufacturing, but when you dig deeper, it's actually aluminum mostly, so it's metals at the end of the day. And you look at Singapore, it has a lot of other stuff, mostly machinery, electronics, and other types of manufacturing. So export diversification gives you kind of a very nice way to understand whether countries are truly diversified or not.
Thank you. Abdullah, I might jump to connect these questions to what's faced the GCC country to diversify their economy. As Fuad mentions, how sometimes using the export showing that they have not been diversified as should be, although they focus on diversification for a long time ago.
Yeah, actually, Dr. Raja, the point you just mentioned, it's a very critical point in the GCC. When we see the private sector, it's heavily dependent on the governmental expenditure, and that actually shows that how the private sector is not acting sustainable in sustainable way. So to identify this problem specifically, we have to think about the best practice outside the region. Bahrain work in that sector to establish labor fund, Tamkeen. So what we'd like to is to have an investment which is sustainable, which is reflecting in the export side. I always said that the private sector is an expansion of the governmental entities because we will not see any real contribution if the oil price is going down. One of the things also, as you mentioned, it's the concept of diversification. It was in the region since 20 years, and it's a very basic economic concept that if you have a business, you have to diversify your business. You don't have to put all the eggs in one basket. One of the challenges is related to the private sector. The second also challenges, it's the difficulty and fear of change in the infrastructure itself. And always when you see that when there is any change in the cabinet or change on the policymakers, you will see that all policies and strategies will change with that. So there is no stability in the way we can build upon in the region. The third point, what also I think it's very important, that normally we have always interrelated between political and economic agendas. And that it's hurting our economy in several aspects. So what we need to do in order to tackle these problems is to decouple the economic and political challenges, and then we start to restructure our political agenda to be more driven by economic objectives and initiatives we need. Actually, being in the Middle East, in the middle of all conflicts, you cannot actually isolate yourself from regional challenges. But I think we are now in very critical time, and we have to think about ourselves. And definitely, if we would like to also to progress very fast, we have to work as a region, not at national or local countries. I think we have so many things similar in the region, and we can build on our differences and also looking for other opportunities in different sectors. Finally, also just to highlight one thing related to energy in that, because if you see, as I mentioned, the problems the problems and challenges are interrelated to each other. If we are talking now, for example, about the solar energy applications and the investment is going in that, if you see it from, there is economic perspective, there is also technical perspective, but most importantly now, and even International Energy Agency warned that China is controlling this manufacture, and somehow they are covering 87% of the whole industry, and their plan is to reach to 96 in 2025. So even the energy transition, it will have political implication on the region. So the call for political restructuring, it's important not just about the oil sector, it's also about energy transition. So we have to have a balanced relationship and to restructure our foreign policy to fulfill our economic targets as well. Thank you.
Thanks. No, as Abdullah mentioned, there is many technical challenges. So I was wondering if you maybe shed light a little bit on the role of R&D for both to solve some of this technical issue and also to help the GCC or the oil producer countries to find a way on creating more innovation and how to be linked to the innovation. So please, if you...
Thank you, Dr. Raja. First of all, I would like to thank the International AAE and the Saudi AAE as well for having this panel. It's a pleasure to be here. Going back to the main focus before going into R&D, Dr. Raja. So as also we saw in the presentation that resource-rich economies actually are identified by a very high constitution of resources. So on average, 60 to 65% of their export revenue, and also from their GDP at about an average of 17 to 19%. So the majority of the resource-rich economies are aspiring to diversify their economies. They're always advised to have a diversified economy to save them, or actually to be less exposed to the vulnerability of commodity shocks, either coming from oil price shocks or resource price shocks, or even from the resource depletion shock. So there are multiple of experiences that have been many resource countries have been through, or even non-resource countries, towards a path for diversification, or in general a development path, let's say an economic development path. But in general, or actually just a top-level policies that have been identified within these experiences are mainly three main or shared policies that have been, or let's say takeaways from these experiences. One of them is to invest in the other types of capital, human capital and infrastructure and utilities, which from this sector or from this investment, you can see that R&D, research and development, would help in actually increasing the productivity in the newly established sectors. And labor productivity is key to be able to lower the costs of establishing these sectors, and also to have these sectors in a more sustainable way to be benefit for the economy in general. Other policies, of course, investing in infrastructure, of course, is key to enable these sectors to find their way into development. Other takeaways is, of course, fixing the policies. A stable monetary policy would help the investments and private sector FDI to flow into the economy in a very stable and growing manner, to help, again, in enlarging the other diversified sectors. And also, the one more policy is to improve the business and the private sector conditions and regulations, also to help SMEs and new investments to fed into these new sectors. But having said this, the most importantly, let's say, from out of this, all of these policies, is to realize that it's a very unique path towards diversification. So there is basically no one-size-fits-all for resource countries. Resource countries could be classified as resource countries as a whole, but they come from different regions, that come from different locations, different size, different demographies in the background. So taking this path with a long-term plan towards diversification, of course, with the continuous help of R&D, would help in achieving the targets.
Thank you. R&D in our region a little bit low, as almost indicated by Inov. And most of countries in the region, R&D to the GDP less than 1%. The global standard is around 2.5% of the GDP. Country like South Korea, 3.5. Endogenous growth theory, they focus on the role of R&D on the growth. So it might be, as Inov said, need to be considered as one of the engine for our way to diversify the economy. John, I want to link the diversification to how can the GCC countries, oil producers, help maybe other regions to diversify their energy sector, and this could be one of the way to increase the investment in non-oil sector through helping others or maybe opening more businesses there. So please shed light on it.
Yes, there's been so much shared, by the way. Roberto, you flagged a couple of things for me to bring up with regards to the role of the sovereign wealth funds, because we see different models, Raja, with the PIF today. I was in Abu Dhabi for 10 years, and you had ADIA as your base load, if you will, on safe investments, and you take a development fund like Mubadala, and your point to R&D, it was looking at different sectors that added value-added jobs, right, for the future. So they went for chip makers like AMD, and then wanted to bring that technology to the bear. Aluminum diversification and consolidation, and then even the aerospace sector with strata manufacturing. So it was interesting methodology in the UAE, because they have the oil revenues and a small population, build that base, and then use a development fund to pick sectors for employment and drive it through R&D. And if I use the Dubai model here in diversification, kind of classically, they followed the Singapore model. An airline base, a trade port with DP World, and then the financial center, which was the Bahrain model originally as well. And then it evolved today as a financial center, a health tech sector, again, with R&D supporting it, and then looking at the metaverse to see where's the next generation of growth, right? So we see them using the oil wealth for diversification, which I think is excellent. I was talking with Adam before I came onto the panel today. I've been coming to the kingdom for 30 years. If you look at the last 5 years, it's nothing short of a revolution, which most people in the West, particularly in Europe and the United States, don't understand. The PIF, though, has this kind of danger because it's so large and it's picking winners and losers, as you were saying. Roberto wants to pick the winners, and it could be crowding out the private sector, right, which is a danger in itself, right, because it has such a large role that has to balance out this idea of let's start things up and drive them and then make space for other private sector players. So that's kind of the strategy we see in the GCC. Your question is, how do the GCC players with the oil revenues here try to help the neighbors, right? To your point before, Abdullah, was that they've been handing them cash at different critical intervals over the last 25 years, right? So in the case of Egypt, which is facing another crisis today, that's been the case. Lebanon, they haven't stepped up in this round, and we know the crisis that's there today. Jordan, they've always wanted to have it stable. Those three, though, very interestingly, in terms of employment, basically provide the base load for very good intellectual talent, right? Very well educated, supporting the GCC states, very loyal to the cause, and their remittances provide the stability. I posed that question to Raja on the energy side because it's almost been a revolution in the last decade with Egypt when it comes to the northern Mediterranean, right? And their ability to cut their import fees in half because they were spending all their money on importing oil and gas from the GCC. So it's fantastic that they have the natural gas resources. I think it's extraordinary that the U.S. with Amos Hochstein have worked out this relationship between Lebanon and Israel, even though they aren't politically aligned. They're seeing natural gas as a unifier, so it's excellent if we can get Lebanon into that space. And then if we can help them accelerate the transition in these states. Jordan's 20% of its baseload coming from renewable energy already. Morocco is often not talked about, but 40% of its baseload is coming from the renewable space in solar and wind. We have connectivity that we can talk about later in the panel between Morocco and Spain sharing energy, Egypt coming onto the grid with Greece and Cyprus and bringing energy into Italy. And then finally, because of the energy crisis with Russia, Ukraine, I think it's fascinating to watch how fast Eni or any of Italy has gone into Algeria to double its capacity. It's looking at Lebanon today as a potential play. And strategically, I'd like to talk later in the panel, so I don't take too much time. I think as a human race, we aren't very good at medium-term planning. So we built a dependency on Russia with the Nord Stream pipeline. The Eastern Mediterranean, as we found out with Egypt and Israel, offers great potential. We're now seeing the GCC states, to your point, developing an appetite for international investment. So Qatar taking a stake in the Lebanese field and replacing the Russians there. ADNOC International now coming to the fore, looking at investments outside. Mubadala, the development fund I talked about before, took a stake in Israel. So I think they can help accelerate more natural gas resources. They can help invest in the transition, which they're doing already. And later in the panel, I'd love to talk to you about what the GCC states are doing deeper into Africa. So we're even looking at pipelines from Nigeria, as you know, into Niger, coming up to the Mediterranean. And I think, again, as a resource, this was very overlooked by the GCC. And my final point on natural resources, I think what the kingdom's doing, as you know, in the mineral space is a revolution. They're trying to unlock $1.3 trillion worth of value. It's a space that Chinese have owned kind of a dominant force. I think it's excellent. They're diversifying into strategic minerals to assist with the energy transition, to the point you raised in the question.
Excellent point. I might add to it, which is really important, as you said, it's an opportunity there.
Yes.
But also it will help to reduce the instability that caused by declining of the economic security in these countries. And as all of you know that any instability in any country, it has a spillover. And the spillover in the Middle East is really strong and fast, as it's sharing the same culture and also neighbors. And it has its own negative impact on a country like Saudi Arabia to diversify their economy, because the uncertainty that mentioned by Abdullah that caused an issue for an investor globally to come to the region, they will measure it and have it in their risk. So this is an important point. I think we need to maybe continue discussions in Africa. I'll come back to you on.
Sure. The only thing I was going to say, Abdullah brought up this point, and Roberta did as well. this is such a critical, challenging window of time because you're having the GCC countries make investments at home in hydrocarbons, right? Because there's still demand for it. I think it was Apicorp that put out this latest report saying it's nearly $900 billion of investment into energy up to 2026, 2027. 70 to 75% of that money is going into natural gas, right?
Yes.
But we don't know the demand scenarios for oil. There's three major ones out there. 80 million by 2040, 60 million by 2040, or 40 million by 2040.
Exactly.
It'll radically change the region which way kind of wins in the pathways, right, going forward. It's hard to bet now, not knowing how it will play out.
Agree. Roberta, I will come back to you with one of your questions related to our discussion, which is basically about what is the consequences for growth from the energy transition, which is related to what we now just mentioned. Please.
So thank you for the question, but let me just start with some reflections on what
Please.
you heard, what I heard from you, because I thought it was very interesting to see how there is a complementarity between investment in science and incentives in the economy. I'm thinking about R&D, which is also, to some extent, something that needs to be subsidized, that you were saying, Raja, because it tends to be under-invested in. They are lumpy costs at the beginning, and not necessarily the profits can be appropriated by if property rights are not well established. And there is the interaction with the economic incentives. And I was thinking about how the science has sort of abated now, the technology has now abated the cost of solar panels, which just 10 years ago were unaffordable and now have become like a very cheap source of energy. As I think about this tension, I was thinking about the role of prices. And Dr. Noof talked about the business environment and some of these key categories where you want to invest to make that transition. And getting the prices right is probably one of them. And I'm thinking about the subsidies that we have in the MENA region and how important it is to have a purposeful and well thought through strategy to reduce the subsidies in fuel that have distorted so much of use, both for people and for firms, or overuse of fuel. So if I think about the transition and the growth repercussions of the an energy transition, the first step that I would take in the region is really to rethink the role of prices and to let them act up more. Progressively reduce subsidies, even when now oil prices are high, and protect the poor. The strategy in the sort of social contract of the region has been traditionally of providing people and firms with low prices through universal subsidies. But this is not only very costly, and fiscal space in countries that are not the GCC is becoming tighter and tighter, and instead letting prices act up so that the right incentives to be more green already play up, and then accompany these strategies with the protection of the poor through good systems of social protection. So this is how I think it's also important to interject in the conversation around energy, the complementary policies that are necessary to make energy policy succeed. Not only succeed for growth, but also succeed, and this is where me being a development practitioner working at the central bank comes in, for shared prosperity and for the poor. So there is a distributional angle here that is very important to take into consideration. Let me conclude the answer to your question on the fact that this distributional angle to some of these reforms has also implication for the political economy of reform and how fast. And Dr. Abdullah and Dr. Noor and John were also referring to this. Let me just take the example of energy subsidies. They have created a sort of entrenched interest and sort of entitlement for some firms and for people that this is what we expect from the government. This has distorted not only their choices, but also creates a constituency for wanting to maintain these subsidies, even if we know that for a green transition and for a sort of productive and inclusive growth path, they're not beneficial. So I think that being very thoughtful about the political economy and the complementary policies that need to go together with energy economics is very important to get to that win-win that we all want.
Thanks. Fuad, going back to the conference you mentioned in Kuwait and the book Falcon, something that been published. And this is bring me back to the question of how to diversify and the export-oriented you mentioned to measure the real diversification of the economy. And as you noticed, most countries, when they want to diversify their economy, either they go to import substitutions or export-oriented. And the good example for import substitutions, South America, Middle East, which is not the successful stories there. While the export-oriented economy, mostly in East Asian country, what type of lessons that you thought it might be need to be drawn from this experience to the region?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's true, if you kind of talk about don't pick winners, the whole phrase came from, probably the failures of the 70s, And if you kind of look at what was done at the time, it was pretty much all import substitution policy. So kind of protect the region, protect the country, trade protectionism mostly, and then you let usually one firm monopoly to do all the business inside. So of course, captured market, they make enough profits, but quality is bad, they cannot compete. And then once you have external shock from outside, something happens, the whole thing is dismantled. Right? So that's what we saw in the 70s. And if you look at what East Asia has done, they switched right away to export orientation. I mean, of course, they did protect their companies, but the protection was there only for one purpose, to help them grow so they could compete outside. I mean, from day one, they had to compete outside. So export was like the key parameter of essentially what made East Asian countries successful. Right? And it wasn't just exports of, then the second question is exporting what? And it's the issue of kind of trying to figure out which sectors. And it's like a progression, if you look at what Korea was doing in the 60s, they were trying to build cars, and they were a pretty poor country at the time. Right? It took them 20, 30 years to get there, but they were trying to build it from 60s. The same about ships. Their first ship sank in the harbor when they built it. So they didn't say, oh, too bad, we are not going to do it anymore. They went back and started building it again. So it's the issue of kind of consistency and experimentation that allows you to really progress. And I think the problem is in many places, there is no consistency in terms of policy implementation and so on. So it's all kind of, we're going to do this sector, but then, it doesn't work out, we're going to drop it and move to something else. So I think this is very important, the experimentation and consistency.
Great, thank you. John, can I go back to Africa?
Sure.
Idea that you want to talk about, so please.
Well, it's very interesting because there's a two-pronged priority there, Raja, I think. Number one, and this came up on the discussion briefly on climate, and we have the air conditioning capacity here and the wealth and the energy supply to continue to provide that, if you will, comfort to the population. So that's the benefit of having the oil savings, right? There's some studies that have been done, and I was at a private Middle East energy transition discussion in London, and somebody came up and said, I know you were based in the region for so long. Our modeling shows that there's a real risk for Iraq and Iran because of this inability to keep its population cool, South Asia. And he was doing modeling to 2040 where you have tens of thousands of people dying because of climate change. So it has to be taken as a serious priority. And I think it's extraordinary that the GCC states take so much responsibility for the broader region of Middle East and North Africa. So it's excellent that it's investing in the energy transition for these states. And now I see that, and the point I wanted to make about Africa is that they're venturing further into Africa. So naturally, East Africa is their kind of point of contact because of the trade relations that they've had. But I see now Saudi Aramco exploring opportunities with Nigeria. And then you see Niger finding natural gas as well. And there is some hypocrisy when it comes to Africa, and I brought up this point when I was at the World Economic Forum because I'm an energy fellow with them. The European Union, prior to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, was telling Senegal and Mozambique and Tanzania, we don't want the development banks to be funding hydrocarbons, so we're going to try to steer them only into renewable energy. I understand that sounds very good on paper, but for a continent that's responsible for less than 1% of the carbon bank that we have today, and you have 600 million people on the continent with no access to energy, there's a bit of hypocrisy there to say, let's not get them into natural gas, accelerate that to blue hydrogen and eventually green hydrogen with the renewables that they're bringing on stream, and allow them to grow. Because if you don't allow them to grow and we run into the climate challenge that's coming in the next 20 years, we're going to have a surge of migration into the European Union. So I think sometimes as policymakers, we don't look at the bigger picture and say, first we got to let them grow and have access to wealth and develop a middle class. And we need to mitigate climate change. But if we don't do it quickly, the level of migration and the pressure on the Middle East and North Africa, and particularly into the European Union, is going to be very great. So I think we have to take a much more holistic approach to policy. And then after Russia, Ukraine, they went to Senegal and Mozambique and Tanzania. Yes, we'd love to see you develop it, but we want you to export that natural gas into the European Union and rely on renewables for the future. I mean, we have to strike a balance. And I think His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz was saying that in his conversation with Dan Jurgen. We can't flip the switch and go to the transition, but when it comes to Africa, we should let them develop the natural resources, do it as cleanly as possible as well, but be realistic about what they can have in terms of an opportunity for economic growth as well, because they haven't had that opportunity.
I agree there is a really big challenge if you want to just switch very quick, as you just mentioned, and the quote by Prince Abdulaziz, which is costly for the economy, for the whole global economy, not even specific countries, which have its own impact in our prosperity and also in the future growth of the global economy.
Absolutely. Thanks.
I have some questions from the floor, so I would like to read some of them. One question mentioned, how can developing countries survive energy diversification without financial support from developed countries? I want to take the answer. Abdullah, tafadhal.
Repeat the question, please.
The question said, how can developing economies survive energy diversification without financial support from developed countries? So,
okay. Yeah, I think the concept of diversification has to be actually explained that it's not just a governmental responsibilities. It's not just on supply side, it's also on demand side. So when we are talking about diversification of the energy, we need also to look to the social dimension of that. So talking about diversifications within developing countries, there are several opportunities for the private sectors and social activities and people to be involved in that. And the most important concept in that is the concept of sustainability. So we are talking about the sustainability. There is a dimensional, economic, and environmental sector. So it's not a responsibility for the government to take care of that. This is one issue. Second issue, there are several programs, and I personally work in programs within European Union for African countries to develop the projects related to solar application, deployment, different water treatment facilities. So there are responsibility for the international or developing countries to take care of, and this is definitely something we have to consider. The third thing also, the developing countries are required to look for opportunities. Transition will also will associated with cost, definitely, but the cost it could be think about from strategic perspective that if we have redefine the concept of the cost, that is not just the economic cost, there is also environmental, there is health care cost, there are several type of costs. So we have to look to the solution, which is, as mentioned, it's to be holistic and comprehensive to cover all the things related to. And also, there are several solutions which not required efforts. I mean, when we talk about, even before we talk about diversification, we have to talk about energy efficiency, because there is no meaning to start to have diversification in energy without actually you start to have an energy audit and you increase your efficiency. So you have to also, the responsibility now is to reduce the energy and also to increase the awareness about the environmental challenges. So I think this is something achievable and doable, and we have to invest on that also.
Good. You have something to say?
Yeah, I would just keep it tight, but I think we're, again, moving way too slowly. We're not taking the threat fast enough. We've been debating at the last 3 COPs, will the developed nations be developing a fund? They keep on targeting $100 billion, and it's not being, they thought there was a major breakthrough in Egypt, that we defined what the amount is. I think, again, if you want to help the developing world, certainly create a fund to accelerate that sort of support for the renewable transition. To Roberta's point, just something very quickly, if we look at the models of subsidies for solar PV and then for wind, there was a lot of criticism, again, that the government was trying to pick winners. But one would argue if you did it for 10 years, a decade of it, and then begin to phase out, we should be looking in the same sort of arena for hydrogen as well, because, as you know, the private sector's willing to go into hydrogen, but the price to delivery for the customer is too high. So if we want to really have that transition for whatever color of the rainbow of the hydrogen we want, but say blue hydrogen and green hydrogen, I think there is a role for the government in that space, particularly in the developing world.
Great, thank you. Roberta, any initiative from the World Bank or idea from the World Bank on this side?
A couple of considerations. So clearly, when we think about energy transition and we think about the big picture of climate change, we're talking about the global public good. The World Bank is already committed now to the reduction of greenhouse emissions and to support countries towards sustainable growth. But we're that committed that now there is an internal discussion of whether we need to rethink our goals. As you know by now, we are informed by twin goals of reduction of bringing down extreme poverty to 3% by 2030, which is already compromised by the sort of development losses that we had because of the pandemic and these polyshocks, polycrises that are happening, and increased shared prosperity, which is a goal that speaks more to middle-income countries. So the World Bank is now rethinking whether it's important to add a third element of sustainability or explicit and direct target to global public good, of which climate change is one, but prevention of pandemics is the other, to really be able to work in that space as it is becoming more required now. And so to that extent, to that goal, we're rethinking with our operation delivery model, which is now country-based, but to think about how we can complement it and connect it. For example, we're thinking more about regional interventions, and something that John, I think it was John who was talking about, how the Gulf and the Kingdom is acting in a way as a buffer for the shocks that had opposing effects in the MENA region. The oil-importing countries saw decreasing expectations vis-à-vis their macro outlook, and we know that for 2022, the GCC countries registered rates of growth that we hadn't seen for decades. So the World Bank is doing a sort of serious work in thinking about the operation model and also the financing model, because you all talked about the need to sort of step up the financing to being able to allow a fair, sustainable transition to 2025. So that was like from the point of view of the institution. But I was actually struck by something that Fuad said in reflecting on the experience of East Asia. The way I see it in how countries like Malaysia and Indonesia went through their diversification process is that I think they touched upon almost all of the points that Dr. Noof talked about as the sort of preconditions, the pillars of diversification, some of which were sort of responding to policy failures and some of them were responding to market failures. So they invested more in infrastructure. Some of the countries invested seriously in human capital. And anybody who works in education has learned from what South Korea has done in terms of building an education system that is at the frontier of results. But they also really opened up markets to an export orientation. And that is a market test. So you don't need to kind of evaluate whether these policies were successful because they had a market test. And I was also struck by the importance of the idea of experimentation. So you try different sectors, like placing bets in the economy. But what you want to do is to switch away fast if you think that that bet is not playing out. And in that sense, the market can be cruel, but it's really an engine of creative destruction. And that's where I wanted to go back to the initial point that I was trying to make about prices. Prices are a fundamental signal in the economy for economic agents. And when we mute them with a lot of price controls or subsidies, we don't allow the market to work and to help the creative destruction happen. To conclude here with the concern for the most vulnerable, the markets need to work, but there needs to be a safety net and an insurance for those who fall through the cracks. So, if you were to ask me here what would be a strategy that pays for poverty reduction in this big picture of global public goods, I think that the question of grow, invest, and insure is still there. So markets matter, price signals matter, but we should never forget about those who are the most vulnerable.
I just add something
or people.
Oh, I'm sorry, Roberta.
Yes, John.
Doctor. Just one thing I was going to add is that sometimes it's patience is a virtue, though, because if you look at the Mubadala model, when they got into the semiconductor market, it was considered a dog. It's like, why is the UAE going to the semiconductor model? And they almost pulled out early. So I saw His Excellency Haldun al-Mubarak, who's the CEO of Mubadala, and they floated last year the consolidated chip manufacturing, but because they waited so long and there was so much demand for data and so much demand for chips into mobile phones that they actually won the game. So sometimes the luxury of having the development fund that can look at a trend, make a bet on the trend, and then wait for 10 years is a blessing, which most market forces don't allow, right? So again, that's a GCC blessing of having the baseload of oil revenues, but it's not going to be around forever, too, which is the other point.
Good. Last question from the floor, and I think I have less than a minute. So this is to Noof. How can local content policies help diversification efforts and achieve their objectives without creating distortions? And the concern usually with the local content, it's become more import substitution, which is against the export-oriented. And with import substitutions, you know how they... So I'd like to shed light within a minute, if you can, please.
Of course. Of course, also taking the points have been mentioned from Roberta and Fuad as well, regarding the types of diversification we're looking at. So if we're looking at import substitution, it's a classic trade policy that has been known for years, which also helps in actually just substituting the foreign goods with local ones. In this case, import substitution would be able to create a new industry in the economy, which is guaranteed by local demand already. So it's a safe sector to get in, which also reduces the costs of uncertainty and visibility for these sectors. So in this case, we can, at this level, just for import substitution, we can achieve an economic base diversification at first level. which is also reflected in the numbers of the labor market. We can find creating more jobs within this new sector, which helps in identifying or reaching the goal of local or internal, let's say, category of diversification. However, in the long run, if this improves to be a successful sector and shows some signs of inclusive growth and development within the country, the sector should be also covering the global and start with regional markets as well. And by this, it will also be reflected in exports, moving from local diversification to external diversification as well, reflected in the number of exports, which is also vital for lowering the vulnerability to any shocks.
Thank you, No. It's really interesting discussions and session. Would like, at the end of it, to thank the organizers for organizing such an important session and have an excellent panelist that helped me to answer most of the questions. I know there is several questions already I received from the floor. We do not have time, but the panelists are already there, so in the break time you have the time to maybe discuss and interact with them. Please help me to thank the panelists.
Thank you very much to our panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, as we said, you can continue the wonderful discussion over coffee. It will be even better. Please be reminded that the concurrent session 7B will be in this main hall. So if you're looking for that session, kindly come back here after you enjoy your coffee. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll be the moderator of this conference session too, which is okay. My God, you've done great. This is a nice conference. Almost their aftermath. Lunch next to it, so no problem. Excuse me, anybody presenting a paper, this concurrent session 7B, please come forward and talk to me, please. Thank you. Hi, how are you?
Very well, thanks. Jay Young. Nice to meet you.
Okay.
I'm presenting.
Okay, you're the last.
I'm the last one, yeah. How are you? How's the conference been?
Okay, okay, very good, I guess. This is one of the best, I think. Saudi is paying all those registrations.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, didn't know that. Okay. Yours is more like just regular. Everything. Hi. No idea. No, I have no idea. Peter, the speaker of the first paper, not here. Mr. Baumer from Germany, Dortmund University, no? Sabas Papasamas from Strategy International, no? Once again, presenter of this concurrent session, please come forward and talk to me, please. Mr. Peter Farmer from Technical University of Dortmund. Sabas, Papa Sabas of Strategy International. Hi, my name is Eun Ho, Seoul National University. I'm the chair of the session. Let me check the presenter again. Mr. Peter Fraumer from Technical University of Dortmund. So he's not here, okay. Papa Sabas of Strategy International. So I guess the first two are not here. So we only have 3 presentations then. Pardon? We'll just wait 5 minutes and see if, yeah. Yeah, it seems like we only have 3 presentations this session. So we'll skip the first one from Peter Farmer, and then second one of Sabas, Papa Sabas. Skip those 2, and starting from the third paper. The title is Cross-Border Power Trade and Renewable Energy Development in Southeast Asia, Economic and Environmental Implications. The presenter will be Professor Young-Ho Chang of Singapore University of Social Science. Please welcome Professor Chang.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Okay. My presentation today covers the Southeast Asia. It's about the 10 hours flight from here. This area has the association of member countries and try to develop energy in corporations. So, how can I move? Okay. I'll give you some background on how much energy resource this region has and how much the renewable energy, mainly hydropower, has been developed, and what is utilization status of the potential of hydroelectricity, and what kind of multilateral trade regime have been being developed in the region to develop the renewable energy development in the area. Within that in mind, give you some research context and questions and how we conduct my research, and present you the 3 scenarios and more details about cross-border power trade model, and some results are presented along with policy implications. Okay. For several decades, the ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian member nations, try to develop the renewable energy through the integrating power grid, what we call ASEAN power grid. This is an example. It has a huge potential in hydropower, mainly Mekong River in Indochina Peninsula. Okay. It has very close to 300 gigawatts. Okay, is a potential, but it can be considered the cross-border power trade in Great Mekong sub-region is a good example of a successful case, but hydropower utilization rate is not great, as you have seen here the amount. Potential is close to 300,000 megawatts. Out of that, about 33,000 megawatts has been developed. It's about a little more than 11%. If you look at the utilization rate by the 5 Indochina countries, Thailand is the highest, followed by Vietnam, but Myanmar and Cambodia, that has huge potential, but utilization rate is not that great. So this the figure shows clearly how the potential has been developed. Okay? Like Cambodia and Myanmar is pretty low. Okay? So this is all I mentioned. So why, although there are huge potential, the development is slow? Okay? Mainly with lack of interconnection between the supply sources of hydroelectricity and demand sources of hydroelectricity. Countries like Cambodia and Myanmar do not have sufficient demand capacity to meet the electricity generated from supply sources. So increasing market throughout the region is one way to meet the huge supply sources. So this is a research question, how we can promote the development in renewable energy through the market integration in the region. Okay? International IEA suggested how to integrate the regional electricity market or power grid, suggests like a bilateral model and secondary trading model and primary trading model, and in the end, a fully integrated regional market. But one study also shows that rather than four-stage model, a two-phase market development may be more practical for the region. For example, to build a necessary building block as open access, sharing the data and information, and coordinate the cross-border transmission capacity and compensate mechanism should be developed first. And with that, we have a fully integrated regional electricity market. So in the region, there are some cautious hope. A cross-border power trade between Singapore and Malaysia could be a good example how to integrate and expand the cross-border power trade. But also there are some doubt, some limited institutional capacity may hinder the further development of renewable energy in the region, typically in the Lao PDR. And also some researchers found that multilateral cross-border electric trade at this moment premature, okay? Because it needs power agreement as long as it incurs huge investment costs. So this is the regional scope. Basically, the ASEAN region has three regions: Indochina and the Malaysian Peninsula and Malaysia, and Borneo or Kalimantan on the south, and east part is the Philippines. Okay? So it is not like, unlike EU, ASEAN is not geographically interconnected, so it has a huge problem. So if you look at at the top, the table, the existing is about 7,700 megawatt, and being developed at this moment is about 600 megawatt. Future plan is large, about 20,000 megawatt. So altogether, the ASEAN expect to have 26,000 to 30,000 megawatt. If you look at the right-hand column, it shows that the huge plan. Okay? So if you look at the geographical distance, also the some difference in national economy, it could put a lot of constraint on realizing all these planned interconnection. Okay? As I mentioned earlier, the current stage of the interconnection development is pretty low. So with this in mind, I want to suggest how we can further encourage development in renewable energy through the interconnections. Okay? So main idea about why the development is so low is there is basically the direct or dedicated connection. So there's no trade other than this direct connection is allowed. In other words, no access to third party. So dedicated interconnection eventually hinders development of full-fledged open access interconnection in the region. So I have three questions: whether and how cross-border power trade in Southeast Asia promote the development of hydroelectricity in specific in the region, and to figure out how the Southeast Asian countries can cooperate and accelerate development of hydroelectricity in the region. And finally, it draws economic and environmental justification of cross-border, bilateral, and open access interconnections. Okay? So there are existing the ASEAN power trade model, and Chang and Lee in 2013. So we get the current status of interconnection through the DOJO data, Ricardo Energy and Environment, and ADB in Papua, and ASEAN Center for Energy, IRENA, and AMBER, and IPCC as well. And it also takes account the cost of cross-border power transmission and transmission losses. Okay? And eventually, this model is solved by a general algebraic modeling system, in short, GAMS. and try to draw the policy implications. Okay? This is the current status of the installed capacity. Like Indonesia, countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, Vietnam has a huge installed capacity. However, Cambodia and the Laos, PDR, and Myanmar has very low. Okay? So if we develop such area and promote the power trade across the country, we expect the cost of the meeting the current demand will be lower. Okay? So I have 3 scenarios. The first is business as usual as a basic case. It replicates the current system-to-system interconnection in Southeast Asia, and there is no third party or open access allowed. The second one is the optimal case, which is the model solves which is the best, the interconnection that meet all the constraints. So that gives some new transmission network. That is optimal. The third one is the currently planned transmission network in Southeast Asia. So we compare the 3 cases. So like a basic cases, optimal cases, and planned cases. Okay. So let me give you briefly about the model. So first, the objective of model is to minimize the total cost of electricity generation during the period of this study, which is 2018 to 2040, following the ASEAN Energy Outlook data. Okay. So it has the capital cost. This is the first. The second term is operation cost. The second one is the carbon cost. And the last term is the transmission cost. So we minimize the total cost in the region. Okay? And as said again, this model is solved using general algebraic modeling system. And then there is the capital cost is also considered through the entire vintage by all generation types. Okay? And operation costs also considered by the all generation types and various vintage, and also the whether is a different block, the peak and off-peak blocks. Okay? And this is the carbon emission cost because the different type of fuel has a different the carbon emission coefficient. All that is considered, and also the carbon price is reflected in calculating the cost of carbon. Okay. Then this is the transmission cost. Transmission cost also consider the amount of the new transmission capacity and also the transmission losses as well. To solve the model, in other words, to make cross-border power trade available, there are some constraints must be met. For example, total power capacity should meet the total power demand in the region. That is the first condition. And second condition is the load factor of each installed capacity of power generation is the initial vintage capacity of power plant type in a country. And power supply of all countries to a certain country must be greater than the country's power demand. And then the total supply of power of one country to all countries must be smaller than the summation of countries' available power capacity. Otherwise, they cannot meet their even own demand. Also, the others are some constraints like capacity reserve constraint, and also the energy factor constraint for hydropower, and the resource availability constraint, and power trade across borders should be subject to a constraint of transmission capacity. So these are the constraints imposed in the model to make the solution possible. Okay. These are the results. Okay. So first, economic cost of hydroelectricity development in South Asia under the current system-to-system interconnections. Second, estimated total cost of meeting electricity demand in Southeast Asia and country-specific net gains. net gain could be negative for some countries under the various scenarios of business plan of interconnection. Okay? Third, environmental cost of developing hydroelectricity in South Asia is also presented in terms of carbon dioxide emission. Finally, how the environmental consideration influence the development of hydroelectricity in Southeast Asia and degree of mitigating the negative environmental consequences in Southeast Asia. The fourth results are still on the way, but I will present basically the first to third result. Okay? So here, total system cost and net savings. This is to consider the interconnecting the new transmission lines. Okay? So if you look at the BAU and optimal and plan, we can see total system cost, optimal, as the name stated, is the lowest, followed by the plan and BAU. Net savings amount appear to be small, okay, $8 billion US dollars for optimal, but plan is the $3 billion US dollars. This is after netting out the constructing transmission network, okay? The savings is less than 1%, but this is a positive. I think it's a very promising result, okay? But we need to refine further, but my initial result shows that net savings are positive, and it need to be developed further, okay? So these are the key message, okay? So this is total system cost. And what about the carbon dioxide emissions? The top line shows the blue line shows the business as usual, and then we have optimal and plan. Two scenarios, carbon emission amount are quite close, but again, it shows far lower than what are supposed to be under business as usual cases. So we again cross-border power trade after the connecting all transmission network suggested by the system solution present decrease in carbon dioxide emissions. So with this, I try to draw some policy implications. Okay? Cross-border power trade present the total system cost will decrease. Also, the carbon emission will decrease as well. So with this, we need to identify business plan of interconnection in economic and environmental terms and the pros and cons of a system-to-system interconnections. With that, we can prioritize the investment order of cross-border interconnections. Then we can measure the relief or burden of carbon taxes through the development of hydroelectricity, and we can develop how to share the burden. Okay? Then with this, we can determine the level of carbon taxes and speed of hydroelectric integration into power system in South Asia as a whole. Okay? So with this, the nation can plan and adjust the speed of developing hydroelectricity. Okay? So this is my end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Any questions? Please, Professor, you need to answer a question. Any questions for his presentation? Please.
Can you go back to the slide of the CO2 emissions?
How can I go back? How can I go back?
Someone can help him to go back.
Go back to the slide?
The slide.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So you are
Okay, so I'm looking at the path using the optimal and the planned ones. From 2018 compared to the 2050, we are having CO2 emissions more than when we started, right?
Yes.
So I was expecting we are like planning to reduce over time the emissions. If we ended up increasing the emissions, why we are doing all of this?
Okay, first, the demand is increasing, so that make development of hydropower speeded up. But we cannot keep decreasing carbon emissions as long as we increase the electric supply. But for some time, the amount can be decreased because the renewable energy will be utilized further. But when I check the details of the generation type, toward the end of the model, the fossil fuel generations must come online. So this is more like, it's not like an economy as a whole. This is only the power sector. Power sector, at least some period, it gives promising result. So question is whether we can continue to develop the trend, decreasing trend in carbon emissions. So that is another question. Whether we can change the direction of the emission trend, not increasing, but keep decreasing way. That is my next research agenda. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, another question, please.
I've got a couple of questions here. The first one, just to build up from the first question. I know that in Indonesia there is a plan to retire some coal power plant. Do you factor in this one? Because it might change the trajectory of this chart. The second question is about the carbon price that you use in this study. What sort of price forecast that you use? Thank you.
Okay, this very specific question. Okay, we incorporated the vintage of power generation. So when the year of the life of generation capacity, that will retire. So we try to reflect as much as we can, but I understand the life for specific generation is fixed like 25 years. But if certain capacity we want to certain capacity retire earlier, then we can model it. But the problem is I don't have a specific data. So this is more like a kind of macro fear. If you want to reflect the very country-specific information, we are able to do. But the data requirement is huge. And I didn't get the second question about carbon emissions. Could you repeat the question again? Oh, carbon price, we take from EU, and the carbon price, okay, carbon price is annual. We take annual, but if we want to more refine like a quarterly or half yearly, we can reflect that as well. But I think the yearly carbon price can give us a good estimation of what figure or impact in terms of environmental consideration we have. So, but the carbon price is annual, yeah.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, Professor Chang.
Thank you very much.
Once again, this session is 7B. We are supposed to have 5 presentations, but the first and second presenter could not make it. So what you just heard is the third presentation. And we're going to go for the fourth one and fifth one. Looks like they're all quite mathematical presentations. Fourth is about the Korean case of renewable energy certificate spot market price forecasting. It was supposed to be presented by Professor Jong-bae Park, who is a member of board of directors of KEPCO, Korea Electric Power Company. But seems like they have an urgent meeting tomorrow, so he had to go back. So we have his graduate student presenting instead of him. Please welcome Mr. Sang-woo Shim for the paper. The paper's title is Korean REC Spot Market Price Forecasting.
Hello, my name is Sang-woo Shim, master course studying in Gyeongbuk University of South Korea. My presentation subject is the Korean Irish market price forecasting based on artificial intelligence-based methodologies. At first, ARIS is the certificate that proves that energy has been supplied using renewable energy. In other words, it is a certificate proving that the power generation company produced electricity using renewable energy facilities. The detailed information about policies will be explained in next slides. Is my order of presentation. First, I will introduce about my subject and introduce about Irish spot market trend and the method, what feature I used for making forecasting, and my result about our study. This is a flow chart about renewable energy policy changes in Korea. At first, from 2002, the FIT is began in earnest with the feed-in tariff, is the FIT. If the price of electricity produced is lower than the standard price, the government subsidies the difference. And from 2006, the RPA has to begin. It refers to an agreement between the government and energy suppliers for the expansion and supply of new and renewable energy. And finally, RPS has started. Korean is using this policy now, and it is the key policy to expand the supply of renewable energy in Korea. RPS is the Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard. It's a system that obliges power generation companies with power generation facilities of a certain size or more to use and supply new and renewable energy that exceeds a certain percentage of total power generation. This is a RPS system. In RPS system, power generation companies with 500 megawatt or more power generation facilities, it's the obligators. And the certificate sellers is our renewable energy generation company. It can sell their REC to obligators. So obligators can purchase the REC and fulfill the ratio of RPS. Obligators has the three options to choose. First is the construct renewable energy generator, and second is the long-term contract with certificate sellers for direct contract. And the last choice is procure REC in spot market. REC forecasting result is the basis to choose this option. This is our goal to study. Let me show the REC spot market trend. The left graph is the price trend about REC price, and the right graph is the REC price and the transaction quantity. At first, REC price is below to 30,000 won in 2020, and it is become 60,000 won in from 2021 and down to 40,000, and it is become again 60,000, and this trend is maintaining now. For making REC forecasting, this is our features to use for forecasting. As the above features are used, even policies that affects REC are intended to be reflected in prediction. In this study, we proposed REC spot market analysis models that comprehensively reflect the renewable energy industry, environment, and national policies in Korea's electricity ecosystem. The proposed model is a time series AI algorithm, and KDI is the Korea Development Institute, and MOTIE is the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy. This is the correlation between REC prices and our features. Correlation is the indicator of the relationship between two variables. And in this paper, S&P and exchange rate and REC market features show high correlation with REC price. This is our result of prediction. Our prediction is from 2022's January and 2022's October. We use lasso, GBM, multiple linear regression, and ensemble models. So the last feature is the MAP about our error forecasting. And this is a graph about our forecasting. The graph on the left is the compares real and prediction. The graph on the right is the forecast for the future REC trend. In the case of the REC spot market price, since the market price fluctuates due to various factors, it is urgent to minimize the risk of loss of implementation cost and compensation of implementation costs through forecasting. This is the feature importance we analyze through the AI method. First is the GBM model, and second is the lasso model. Two models shows the different analysis about feature importance. The first GBM model has the REC spot market as a greatest importance, and lasso has greatest importance about exchange rate. So it is need to compare many models about feature importance and use the importance about that. This is a conclusion about our study. Most important thing is through this study, it is possible to analyze the impact of policy implications such as the renewable energy dissemination policies and RPS according to the scenarios. It is expected that the cost analysis will provide the basis for reflecting on the impact of new policies in the future. My presentation is over. Thank you so much.
Yeah, any questions for his paper, please?
Yeah, you always in your presentation refer to renewable, but I didn't get, maybe I missed the point. Which renewable you used? Like, what renewable energy resource you used? You just said renewable. That's number one. Number two, I'm going to talk from an economics perspective in general, demand equation. If I assume this is an inverse demand kind of relation, you are estimating, so for that price you are trying to estimate, I don't know if you use the quantity of the renewables as a factor and the prices of other alternatives as also a factor.
Renewable energy certification prices is set by KPX. So what kind of renewable energy is contained is not important about that. It's just related to RPS ratio and demand SMP, and that's all. So REC price is just set by that.
Well, he's a graduate student. He does not know everything. Any other questions? Yes, at the back side, yes.
A very simple question. So the rack spot price in percentage, how much percent is it about the value of the SMP? Because the issue we have in Europe is that the rack prices are very low, and so it's why people are very skeptical about the rack system, because they think that it does not give enough money to fund renewables.
Implementing the renewable energy generator is really high cost project, so it is easier to purchase REC. So it's the option for obligators.
Yeah, but that was not my question. For example, if you put the SMP at an index of 100, what would be the index value for the rack price? 20, 30, 10, 5?
May I hear question once again?
No, but so you compute the average SMP, then you compute the average rack price. If you do the ratio of the rack price to the SMP price, what is the percentage you get? Is the rack price high in comparison to SMP, or is it low in comparison to SMP?
SMP versus REC. Which one's bigger?
Always SMP is bigger than REC. REC is 60,000 won for 1 megawatt hour, and SMP is usually 200 won for 1 kilowatt hour. So REC is more cheaper than SMP.
Yeah, so for sure, that's something expected, but does the rack price bring enough cash flow to renewable? So is it really something that impacts the consumer bill?
it's not impacting now, but if the RPS ratio is bigger and Irish price is more higher, maybe it will be influencing the consumer's bill, I think, but it's not expected now. Yes.
If it's okay, could
Okay,
you
thank you.
talk separately, I guess. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. San. Okay, our final presentation. It's from Professor Jiang Zhang of University of Reading, and the title is Time-Varying Price Elasticity of Electricity Demand. I believe he's using Germany data, is that right?
Thanks.
Please welcome Professor Zhang.
Thanks. Should probably just point out I'm not a professor. All right, so if you have come here expecting or hoping to hear something about volatility, geopolitical, or energy transition, this might not really fit in so well. But the good news is it is very simple, and I restructured it last night so that in the first two slides you get an idea of really what the whole thing is, and then the rest of it is just details. So first two slides should give you a taste. And the question that this tries to look at really is, do we expect consumers to respond in the same way to price changes at different times of the day? So let's say you change the price at 12 in the afternoon and you hope for some sort of response from consumers. Do you expect that same kind of response for the same percentage change at 6 in the evening? So that's what we're trying to look at here. And I've emphasized the word maybe. So maybe there is a change, and that's part of what's going to come. So this is the summary of what's coming. First of all, we use intraday data because that's how we can try to find out whether there is variation in the day. And then, as I said, there's a maybe component. So I don't know beforehand whether we expect the response to change throughout the day. So to find out whether it does, there's a test included here. And whether there is variation or not, we can estimate price elasticity. So if the test says yes, there is, then we estimate price elasticity with variation. If it says there isn't, then we just estimate the constant version. And the bits in gray I've left in there just so that I don't sort of dilute the content, but I didn't think we would have time to go into it because it's originally supposed to be 14 minutes when there were 5 speakers. If there is time and anyone's interested, we can go into that later. So now, just now that we've sort of gone through what it's going to cover, I will now motivate this particular study. So I am affiliated in the UK with the Center for Research into Energy Demand Solutions, CREDS. It's sort of a research conglomerate consortium looking at energy demand solutions within the UK. In that group, there's a flexibility theme. So I'm part of the flexibility theme, hence this slide. So flexibility, trying to figure out how to make the consumption, the grid from the demand side better. And I've seen other slides in the conference with the same 3 points anyway in terms of flexibility. You can have lower prices, you can reduce carbon emissions, and reduce strain on the grid. In other words maybe, but same kind of idea. So at least I know some people agree. Gone too far. Right, so like I said, flexibility. And now within the flexibility group that I'm part of, there's a whole bunch of different disciplines involved. And this is my sort of summary capture of the categories that are covered within our group. So we've got the technological side, with automation, with smart meters, with all kinds of these things. It helps to create flexibility. And then there's societal rhythms. There's a big group within our group. There's sociologists that look into that side of things, and I'm obviously looking more at the economic side. So price interventions, or I've called it financial motivation, because not all of these are necessarily considered interventions, but where prices change or vary, you might expect some sort of response potentially. Now, if we want to use financial motivation, you kind of need to find out whether people will respond at all. So as economists, price elasticity of demand is a commonly looked at thing. Now, probably worth mentioning, I'm not necessarily advocating the use of this for what's coming, but it is being used, and if it is being used, then perhaps consider this approach. So I've got here just a table of some of the related literature, not exhaustive. The methods here are not exhaustive. The authors here are not exhaustive. So if you have authored something in this space and you're not referenced, I apologize, but there's a lot more out there. So getting into the model now, or the approach that we're taking, just a recap, quick recap, we're looking at price elasticity in order to try to figure out whether interventions might work and how much we expect them to be effective. And we're looking at allowing them to vary in time. Yeah. So this is sort of one of the most basic econometric models that you could use, and it has been used. And actually, this paper at the bottom, Leeson, that one does look at intraday data, so that's quite relevant. The main thing here is really just that red C, and that's the coefficient. You estimate it. You use that to compute price elasticity. In this model, you can see it's constant. So this gives you a constant price elasticity, and it just says that if you were to look at intraday data, then for whatever period you look at, whether it's a year, 2 years, or whatever, your elasticity will be estimated at that level. Now, there are studies that allow elasticity to change over time anyway. These that I've referenced here, the two methods here and the papers that use them, these look at sort of lower frequency data, so quarterly, monthly, annual kind of data. So if we're looking at trying to figure out what the response is at different times of day, then the methods might be applicable. The data that they have used is not high granularity enough to give us that. What we have, the first one, that's a sort of state space model. You estimate it with a Kalman filter. So there you can see that red C that's got a subscript T on it, and the equation below that tells you that it can change with time. And the one below treats the coefficient of price as basically a smooth function, an unknown smooth function. Yeah, so these models have been used, and as you can see, these are kind of extensions in a way of the previous model on the previous slide. What I'm proposing is an extension in I haven't got to what I'm proposing yet. Here's another approach which does look at different elasticities at different times of the day. The key difference here is that this is actually the same model as the constant elasticity model. It's exactly the same, except you've got a subscript H on everything. So your quantity on the left, there's an H, the intercept is an H, everything's got an H. What that is meant to tell us is that if you, they treat each intraday period. So if it's hourly data, they take 1 o'clock in the morning, all the 1 o'clock data, and treat that as one sample. They fit whatever model they've chosen to that, and they get, two microphones, and they get elasticity for 1 o'clock. And then at 2 o'clock, they take only the 2 o'clock data, and they fit the model, and they get a different estimate. So this, as I've got here, there's two papers that do that, and that allows everything else to change as well. So essentially, it says that the model at 1 o'clock could potentially have entirely different magnitude of drivers. So the coefficients could be a different value for every hour. One thing is that neither of them actually justifies the choice for doing so. So they say, yes, we've got different elasticities, but they don't have a test for it. They don't really explain intuitively why that might be so. So coming now to what we do. This is intimidating. All right, so coming to what we do. We go back to the original model. Yeah, so just at the bottom, the original model, if we take out the blue bits, that's just a constant elasticity model. That's the first one we saw, the most basic one. What I do is I add the blue bit in, and more specifically, I test whether the blue bit, or we test whether the blue bit should be there. If we don't reject the null hypothesis, basically if we say it should be 0, then it collapses back to the original model and it's constant, no harm done. If, however, we test and they should be there, then that introduces the variation. So how do we do that, and I'll talk a bit later on about just the form of the blue bit. You can take different forms if you wish. How we do that for this particular version of it is we first check whether S equals 1. So you can increase the number of these blue bits that are in there. You check whether the first one is there. If yes, then that tells you instantly there is variation, and therefore you estimate a version with variation. You increase the S gradually to figure out exactly how much movement there is. If S is 1, then it's smoother than if S is 5. So you increase the S until it stops being significant, and you take the largest significant ones. And that's, yeah, so that's how you test and estimate in the same sort of algorithm for this, or pseudo-algorithm. That's basically it, and I've put this slide here, but I'm sure if you were interested in using these methods to compute price elasticity, this wouldn't be new to you. It's just using the coefficient and multiplying it by the correct average price or quantity, depending on whether you've used logs and levels or just levels. I mean, if you're familiar with this space, you might have seen log models as well. I've taken the log out because in a lot of data today you get negative prices, so it's undefined. So I've just left levels and log levels. And so that basically covers how it's done. So the what and the how. Now the rest of it is really just for illustration. I'm a bit more interested in how you could do such things, but you have to illustrate it. So I've got German wholesale data here. That's a summary of what I use. I don't think it's necessarily important to go into them, but if anyone is interested, then we can talk about that. These are the estimates from that data, and what I think we wanted to show here really is that, like I said, you test whether those blue bits in the model should be there, and here at the 95% confidence interval we have S equals 2, so there is variation, and that's on the right-hand side, so time varying elasticity. On the left, I've just estimated it restricting S equals 0, so that's the basic model. On the right-hand side, I've implemented our method, and we find there is variation. So what does that variation look like? I think that's the next slide. Yes. There are a few lines here. Let's just go through them one by one. The blue one, the blue straight horizontal line, that's constant elasticity. So that's the basic model, and there's nothing wrong with that. But let's say you wanted to have your intervention at a certain time of day. Let's say you wanted it at 9 o'clock in the morning. Then what our proposed method in this presentation does, it gives you the orange line, and it says that elasticity is actually relatively low at 9 o'clock in the morning. So the higher up it is, the lower, because it's closer to 0. So that's relatively low. And so that gives you an intraday pattern. You can see that it kind of revolves around the constant version anyway, which is not surprising, but it tells you, it gives you an idea what the movement is through the day. The yellow version, like I said, we've chosen for this presentation to put in basically the Fourier form, the sine and the cosine, but you could just use dummy variables for each hour. And that's what the yellow one does. It gives you the same kind of shape in general, so you still have lower elasticity at certain times in the morning and certain times in the evening, and elasticity is highest in the middle of the night. So same kind of shape, just a lot more jagged, less smooth. So that would work as well. The purple one is going back to the model used in those other papers where they take each hour to be one data set. So they estimate those, and you get the purple one. Now, you can see that the shape is different there. You get higher elasticity at 9 o'clock in the morning and at 7 or 8 in the evening. We've used different methods. We've come up with different results. You need to, at some point, figure out which one you believe in almost. And what we have, I've called this discussion. I think normally you'd call it a conclusion, but I deliberately did that because I want to leave it open-ended. The demand, when we estimate it, is least elastic during the peak hours. And if we look at, there's a paper by Jacopo Torriti focusing on the UK, where he created this flexibility index. And this is, again, for the UK. The data we've used here is German, but then if you can believe that there's some crossover in behavioral sort of aspects to consumption, then in the UK it's found that using his index, flexibility is lowest at 7 in the evening, which kind of matches up with us. We've got low flexibility at that kind of peak hour as well. The smoothness one, I said if there was time, and anyone was interested, I can go into that, but otherwise I just leave that. And I've also included, for transparency, I guess, there are gaps in this literature that have not been addressed. And we're trying to address some of them. Haven't actually been able to figure out how to incorporate everything together, so we're doing them separately. But yeah, so that is it. Thank you.
Questions, please? Yes.
If you go back to the slide where you were showing the graphs of your yes, this one. My question for the hourly dummy interaction. So simply, it is a constant elasticity with dummies in the model? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's constant elasticity. Well, it's this, except the blue part is one dummy variable for each hour.
Hour you did.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, does the models also consider the differences between weekends and weekdays?
Yeah.
Because the flexibility for people, or the demand for electricity at night over the working days, people will go to bed early. But over weekends, people will be going out, and so the midnight could be different.
Absolutely, absolutely to the point. So that we haven't included that in terms of allowing for different flexibility, different elasticities on weekends and weekdays. Certainly could and probably should. What we have done is only to address the different average levels of consumption rather than elasticity. So I take your point, definitely should have looked into that and will. Thank you.
Yes, question at the back side, please.
First, thank you, Jae-young, for your presentation, which is really great. You've been doing an amazing work. And just one question. Do you think you could modelize more seasonal elasticity as well? Because one thing I think it could be possible is that the elasticity at peak hours is even weaker in winters, you know, because people go at home and directly they put on the heaters.
Yeah, absolutely. That is something that I did think about, trying to figure out how to do it in a feasible and intuitively reasonable way. I mean, my background before I started doing this, I did a lot of semi-parametric type modeling, and I tried to incorporate some of that, trying to do that on a different study. Still not sure how to do it right in terms of formulating it, but that is something that I'm hoping to be able to do before the end of this postdoc at least. Thanks.
The other question in the front, please.
Has there been enough time series for this approach to judge the ultimate supply and demand, and whether the regulators can shift the supply function or the demand function accordingly?
So the supply and demand functions themselves are right. So this is, for example, this is German data. The data set it comes from, you actually can see hourly what the supply curve and demand curve look like. there isn't enough data to my mind, to figure out whether you could shift them and what that would do. I guess and that didn't cross my mind, to be quite honest, because like I mentioned, the motivation for this was actually as a group, we were independently approached by the National Grid in the UK to sort of look into some things to help them put together a proposal for, there's this demand flexibility service that is currently running. And so that's the motivation. So we're looking at price intervention at certain times of the day. We were and probably still are just more concerned really just at the final quantity change rather than the entire curve.
Yeah, there are a lot of questions backside, please. Yeah, please, if you have a microphone.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. So I also would like to compliment you on the way you presented this information to people who are less technically familiar with it, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I'm wondering, when I think about the issue of energy security, we know that the cost of disruptions depends on the elasticity. So have you given any thought to how making demand more elastic will actually improve energy security?
Not explicitly, but it's been sort of an underlying theme in specifically what the flexibility theme in CREDS does. So we don't address it. That's more on a different group does that explicitly, but it is an underlying sort of motivation for what we do. We assume that it will help, but we don't think about how it necessarily might in terms of quantifying it. But thank you for the question.
Yes, any other questions? Yeah, one at the backside, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Thanks for your presentation. Actually, I was thinking about one thing related to electricity price to be dynamic, so the consumer or the customer gonna to see that in life mode. So the one that looking for saving, they're gonna to check before use. I mean, washing machine or whatever kind of machines, they get to check the price, dynamic price indicator before they proceed in that. What we're going to achieve here, we're going to leverage the consumption over the day, over the weekdays. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed that. You still have the mic. Yeah, sorry, I missed that last bit of what you were asking.
Yeah, what I'm telling, do you have something like this in your study? Yani, do you think to have a dynamic price indicator that the customer can see it in live mode, and accordingly they can use or not to use based on that indicator?
Yeah, thanks for the question. This specific study doesn't consider that aspect of it. This is just looking at if we look at how people have been behaving so far, historical data essentially, what we can tell from that, and then hopefully use the information to go forward. But that is a very good point, and again, as part of CREDS, there are other people within the same theme that are looking into that specifically. Smart meter, which is what you would use to figure out what the price is, and then think about whether to then run your washing machine or your heater or not. So that is a big part of what happens. It's not a big part of what I'm doing specifically, but it is a big part of the research that CREDS is doing. And that would fall under the first one, technology, the automation bit. So knowing the price, as you mentioned, weekdays might be a bit different. Knowing the price is different from then being able to leverage on that. Because if you're at work, if your washing machine's at home, what are you going to do? So that all comes into being able to program it, to use them remotely, to automate things. And that's a different aspect to it, which eventually when it happens a bit more, I'm sure whoever's working on it at the time will start to look at incorporating that as well. But at this point, we have had studies and surveys in the UK at least, and it's not been a large enough effect for me at least to want to worry about collecting the data and then including it. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Actually, I have one.
Yes.
You talked about at the peak, during the peak hour, it gets less elastic, right?
Yeah.
But what about the price? What you show us is that you have negative price at 130 and then going up to 120, something like that.
Yeah.
What about the price? When the price is low, will people behave more elastically? Or I don't know whether you have any information about that.
Well, there is some connection. It might be a bit tenuous potentially, but there is some connection in that this study doesn't directly quantify it, but if you were to try to form some sort of correlation, then the prices actually very vaguely follow the same kind of shape as the orange curve here. So at peak hours, the prices are higher. And that if we're looking at the definition of elasticity, then the percentage change in price would be small, and then you'd expect the percentage change in quantity to be even smaller, I think. But yeah, so there is a correlation if you want to look for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Professor Ji.
Thank you.
So this will wrap up this session. I hope you enjoy lunch today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? The closing plenary is about to begin, so please find your seats. Thank you. حضورنا الكرام، نود تذكيركم بأن لغة الجلسة الختامية هي اللغة الإنجليزية. إن أردتم الاستماع إليها باللغة العربية نرجو منكم استلام أحد أجهزة الترجمة الفورية، وشكراً. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We have reached the final day of the 44th IAEE International Conference. While it might be a little bit sad to close the door on such a lovely and lively, stimulating platform, we must acknowledge the important engagements, the intellectual debates, and golden networking opportunities with like-minded peers from all over the world. This conference was practically COP 27.5, where a huge wave of ideas, stats, and inspiring visions came our way. Surely, much to reflect upon until we reconvene next time. I'm your MC again, hopefully not for the last time, Rana Al-Hanaya. Your safety matters to us, so kindly keep these simple directions in mind. We're not planning any drills, but should an incident occur, please note that the emergency exits are on both sides of the room. As a courtesy, please keep your phones to silent mode during the session. There will be time dedicated for questions towards the end of the panel, and it will be through a QR code that will be displayed on screen. That was it for our housekeeping, and now let us start. Before the plenary session, there's something exciting I'd like to announce. We are about to let you know who the winner of the Best Poster Award for the 44th International IAEE Conference is. This was given for a distinguished panel, through a distinguished panel of judges who evaluated the excellent posters presented over the week. And the determining factors are mainly three: for it to be visually engaging, and for it to be well rehearsed, well, the delivery matters a lot, as well as the quality of the economic content of the project. We invite our president, Fahad Al-Ajlan, to present the winner with his award. Drum roll. Oh no. The winner is Usama Al-Anizi from King Saud University. Act surprised. Congratulations, Osama, on your trophy and your cash prize. Thank you very much. We shall start the session now. Our moderator for this session is the Vice President of Knowledge and Analysis at KAPSARC. He's responsible for the interactions with key stakeholders both locally and globally. When not at KAPSARC, you can find him presenting important research papers at conferences and engaging with roundtable discussions. Please put your hand together for Fahad al-Turki. Dr. Fahad. The floor is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Thank you, Rana, for the introduction. And thank you all for coming to this closing session. It's been a marathon of great ideas and great discussions under the theme of pathways to clean and stable and sustainable energy future. We had more than 10 plenary sessions, more than 60 concurrent and poster sessions. There was rich discussion that we will In this closing panel, we will discuss the main takeaway, but we will also discuss the next steps for the international association as well as the regional associations. For that discussion, I would like to invite to the stage Dr. Majid Al-Manif, the chairman of the Saudi Association for Energy Economics. Dr. Majid. Of course, none of my guests need introduction. They've been introduced before, and I'd like to describe this panel as the presidential panel. We have Korgan Kombarolo, the president of the Turkish Association for Energy Economics. Next, Jean-Michel Glachan, the president of the International Association for Energy Economics. John? And last but not least, Christophe Bonguet, the president of the French Association for Energy Economics. Okay. We will divide this panel into two main sections. The first part, we will discuss the main takeaway. And then the second part, we will discuss the next steps for the International Association and the regional associations. Before we start, let me give the mic for all of our esteemed panelists to give an opening remark and highlight the one takeaway from the last 4 days that we've been together. I will start with you, Dr. Majid.
Thank you. Please first permit me, I have next to me Professor Gorkan from Turkey. I would like first to express our deep condolences, our heartfelt condolences to you and through you to the people of Turkey for the loss of lives caused by the horrible earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Our prayers are with the families of the victims in Turkey and Syria. May Almighty God rest them in peace and inspire their families patience and solace. Amen. As I said, the main takeaway is that I hope we were able to, or we succeeded in providing an opportunity for government officials and institutional leaders, academics, and corporate leaders to meet, exchange ideas, and address the timely and relevant issues facing the energy sector. So the first thing, we tried to do this with the help of our co-host, KAPSARC, and the IAEE. So we hope that we succeeded in doing just that. As we probably proceed, we might have so many other things to add, but those are the main, this is the main takeaway.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your remarks. I'm biased, but I think we did succeed on getting together. Professor Korgan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Majid, for your sympathy and kind words, and all other colleagues who have been approaching me. regarding the incident in Turkey. It's a very sad story. With your prayers for the families and victims, we hope to overcome this difficult situation. So it's been a great conference in all respects. My key takeaway is actually Saudi Arabia's vision to become the leading country in decarbonization and setting an example for others to follow in terms of the sustainable energy revolution. So I remember when the Saudi Vision 2030 got introduced several years ago, and the strategic framework to reduce Saudi Arabia's dependence on oil when this was announced. Now this conference to me has been a showcase that all this, there is great progress and the willingness and determination in this direction towards Saudi Arabia's new vision. And the implications of this new vision, of this change, are not only national, they are regional as well as global, because we're talking about the world's largest petroleum exporter who will become now exporter of green electricity, exporter of green and blue hydrogen. That's what we've been talking about in this conference. To me, this was a very important takeaway, the most important to see this, that this is not a dream, it's a reality happening now, that Saudi Arabia takes this green energy transformation not as a threat, but as an opportunity to adapt and sustain its role in global energy markets.
Thank you. Jean-Michel?
Oh my God, Jean-Michel will be longer. I have 5 ordinary takeaways plus 1 outstanding. I will start with the outstanding. The outstanding takeaway is a change for long, maybe forever. It comes from the excellent work made by SAEE and KAPSARC under leadership of Majib and Fahad to link Middle East with the rest of the world on the basis of energy economics, energy economic principles, energy economic research. It's excellent to have respect and friendship, but if it is built on scientific work, it will last and have more consequences. I will, and I hope that most of us will, quit Riyadh waiting for the next article, the next research report, the next policy option produced in Saudi Arabia, and we are all waiting for the regional MENA IAEE event in 2024. I will wait for the 5 others to not occupy the floor for more than 1 hour.
Thank you very much. We only have 1 hour. Christophe?
Okay, thank you, Jean-Michel, and thank you, Gurkan, for facilitating me, because I have very few other takeaways. No, I'm joking. There are plenty takeaways that we have potentially attended to during these 4 days. The one I would put at the top of that is the one who surprised me, which is the willingness of the kingdom to become a world leader in energy transition. I will bring that to my home country, in France and in Europe, by stating that the kingdom is really willing. It's not greenwashing. The kingdom is really willing to be a key player, not only in the kingdom, but also to export its knowledge to other countries, the knowledge he will acquire in managing the carbon cycle, the carbon economy, and the rest of the technologies. I could develop that for a long moment, but I think we should leave some time for the discussion.
Thank you for a very insightful takeaway. Now let's dig a little bit deeper into the days that passed since we got together here on Saturday. And maybe that will be an opportunity to elaborate on the 5 and the other points that you have here. On the second day, we have a very interesting discussion on energy access, security, investments, as well as trade. We also talked about
mobilizing finance and other resources to enable a sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy transition, as well as to advance technologies such as modern renewable technology, battery storage, CCUS, low carbon hydrogen, energy efficiency, and even electric vehicles. But if we look at the last 5 years, we see a great level of volatility and setback caused by first the pandemic and then followed by the geopolitical situations, especially in the EU with the Russia and Ukraine war. John Michel, if I start with you on this, how do you see this change in the post-pandemic world and hopefully soon post-war episode? Is there a light at the end of the tunnel? And if there is a light at the end of the tunnel, is it an exit to a brighter sky or a train coming the opposite direction?
Yeah. The challenges faced by the world did change. Energy security is come back at the forefront and has to be taken very seriously everywhere because it is one key dimension of energy transition. Second, financing itself is become another key dimension of energy transition. While we have always to remember that hundreds of millions of humans still do not have access to modern energy. So energy security, financing of the future, access to modern energy, these three goals have to be fully taken on board, while we have to be frank, they were not at the forefront in 2015 at Paris Agreement stage.
If I may follow up on this, I mean, you highlighted a few parameters that everybody agrees with, but if we talked about investments on the first day. If we have to prioritize one investment that is very critical to do within the next 5 to 10 years, will trigger a more stable, reliable, and affordable energy transition, or at least stabilize some of the volatility, what would that be?
I will still take on board universal access to modern energy because we cannot let sub-Saharan Africa away of the deals we are making. Second, we have to find something for countries like Bangladesh and Pakistan, having made a substantial effort to go to gas, to use less coal, and we cannot let this country into chaos and disruption. When these two conditions will be taken on board, I'm okay to have other conditions, but for me, these two at the world level are the most urgent ones.
Thank you. I can't agree more. Christoph, if I may touch on this within this context of disruption to the supply chain, and we heard on the first day as well as on the second day on the critical minerals and its importance for the energy transition. But what we are seeing now with these disruptions in the supply chain, seeing a trend toward deglobalization. And we heard from His Royal Highness that probably there is a worse cartel than the current setup. But is there a new trade structure that is needed to ensure accessibility to some of the critical minerals for the energy transition?
Thank you, Fahad. What you are asking is for us to forget forecast the unforecastable. I was asked last year in the Tokyo concluding session to make some pronostics, and I was just observing that we were a few weeks after the Ukrainian war was started, and 1 year before, that was impossible to imagine it. So how can we imagine what will be the future from now? I hope there won't be another war, but I cannot say if we will be in the post-war concept next year. Not impossible to say. But having said that, to answer your question, on the way to possibly facilitate the access to these critical materials, we have already existing tools for some commodities. I would say for oil, we have, you know what the role of OPEC is. Uranium as the Euratom system. We could create a public or international body which could look at possible development of or trade or exchange of lithium or of this kind of material. It's a little bit early, but this is something that could be examined for sure. No problem this is possible to do it. What should be also mentioned is the fact that we need to anticipate, and what is important for me is to remind that the war, the pandemic have not been any game changer or disruption. That was only acceleration of processes which was already started. And this is what we could see. This is a way for me to anticipate the future, is to consider the rationale on the long term and to see at what speed they will develop.
Is there a need for policy intervention or market mechanism would work best for a more efficient trade system for critical minerals?
Policy intervention. What we see is we can observe, it has been said during these 4 days, the growing role of the states and the government which are going into the market. And they are going there because they estimate that there are some market failure which they have to face. This is not always the case. We have seen some companies being purchased back by the government. This is the case in France of EDF. It is the case in Germany, where the major utility has become nationalized. This, for me, is the most easy. This is the easiest way to address the problem, because making a new market design or for electricity or for energies is something which is very difficult under the control of Jean-Michel, who is also seeing that in Europe. I think the state intervention is something which should intervene at the last when everything has failed.
Thank you, Dr. Majid. Just following up on the state intervention and the public intervention and the free market is taking a back seat. How do you see that affecting the energy market, the current energy market, in terms of both efficiency as well as risk?
Just one personal observation that I had from I was surprised, I don't want to say happily surprised, to have noticed in that first and second day that the current market situation and the crisis in Europe did not really dominate the discussion, nor did the prices, caps, and so on. The discussion focused on energy transitions, like the theme of the conference was longer term, which was very positive, that we should not be the prisoners of the moment. Some felt that the current crisis will change the whole energy landscape, but others looked at it as, like even the way I do, it's an aberration. The crisis, how long, it could last a year or so and so on, but it will be behind us. there is an energy transition underway, and we in the region, and we all should be part of this transition, but also we should see to it is that the energy transition should be clean, the pathways should be clean, stable and sustainable. And the discussion had added another element, which as a matter of fact, one of the participants said you should have added just and inclusive. I said, well, probably we missed that one. Pathways to a clean, stable, and just transitions. But the good thing is that we were not prisoners of the moment of what's going on and so on. True, the current crisis has changed the trajectory, the trade trajectory, trade flows. It also will be changing the investment flows. What I gathered from some of the plenaries, that the Middle East, which has provided the world with the biggest chunk of its energy needs, will also be needed in the next, during the transition period, to provide the world with hydrocarbons and be part of the energy transition to provide also the world with a clean energy, renewable energy, and hydrogen. So the region will be part of the transition. The transition. It will invest into hydrocarbons and will invest into the new economy.
Thank you, Dr. Majid. And I think if I may also add to the theme of the conference, affordability. So also that came a lot during the sessions. I want to shift now to the second day or the third day, which saw a strong focus on the energy transition in the context of the climate change. But we were seeing the discussion carrying over during that day, hand in hand with the economic development as well as energy, food, and water nexus. But the critical minerals also came in that day as one of the critical topics. Many panelists highlighted that all low-carbon technologies should be made available, which gives us tools that assess the adjustment and the transition in the energy sector. Professor Kurgan, if I start with you, everybody in this room agrees that we need to move to a low-carbon economy. Paris Agreement clarified this, but the scientific community proven this. But there is a disagreement on how the transition will be shaped and how fast. There is so much focus on 2050, some countries 2060, even within countries there are some differences. What about what's happening today? It's not the disagreement on how to get to the 50 and 60. Let's stop and see what's happening today. Is what's happening today consistent with our targets? Are we moving in the right direction? What is needed to be done to move us back to the right direction?
See, you mentioned the Paris Agreement. So when we go back to the INDC submissions, this was like the first INDC submission 7 years ago. 7 years have passed. So what happens today actually now is a good thing to compare with the initial submissions to see are we on the right track. And this needs to be made country by country, case by case. Now, as a key takeaway, I said that I have a very positive outcome regarding Saudi Arabia from this conference. I see it's on the right track. But I don't know other countries. So their INDC submissions, there are nationally determined commitments. Are these on the right track? So everybody has to look for his, her own country. If that is the case, evaluate how realistic those INDCs were and if the track is right. But from the IAEA conferences at least, not only this one, all conferences, I see that globally we are on the right track. All these discussions show that we all are moving towards decarbonization.
And there was during that day also a discussion on the need for economic development in light of the energy transition. Do you think this is doable to maintain economic development as well as move forward on the energy transition?
Of course.
Or are they contradicting targets?
Yes, but that's what you said with adding affordability, actually. This is nothing but sustainability. You see, sustainability has three pillars. One is environment, but then on the other hand, you have social and economic. Those three pillars have to be hand in hand, and sustainability lies at the intersection of all these three pillars. And I don't see them as conflicting, but they can go hand in hand. This is like multi-objective decision making. You have several objectives which need to be aligned. You don't have a global optimum, but you have a Pareto efficient solution at the end where no one can be made better off without making any other worse off.
Okay. Well, thank you. Let's hope that's what happens. And I will go back to you, Majid, and then on some macro questions related to the development side. I mean, energy transition, what does energy transition means for the developing countries? Especially in the context of the current macroeconomic picture with rising inflation, and for many of the developing countries, there is limited access to the financial and capital market.
Okay, if I may say something about the energy transition. There has always been a debate whether it's going to be a smooth transition or a bumpy transition. What we're noticing now, it is bumpy. This is one of the bumps that we have. So a transition will be, but it will not be too smooth. There will be crises, there will be bumps on the way. But there will be a transition, and all countries of the world will be part of it. For, say, energy produced for hydrocarbon producers like Saudi Arabia, like the Middle East. As His Royal Highness said, we will be the last man standing. We have the lowest cost, the cleanest production, the lowest emission in the extraction process, the lowest methane emissions, and so on. So we will be in the hydrocarbons market so long there is a demand for the hydrocarbon markets. So we have a role to play, and we will continue to play this role if it needed investment and so on. But the transition provide for the hydrocarbon producers also the opportunity to make of the oil and gas or to use their comparative advantage as producers of oil and gas into producers, manufacturers of any, of all the industries and the uses that could be used from oil and gas. And that's what the whole concept of circular carbon economy is all about, is to utilize the whole value chain from oil and gas. But at the same time, to be prepared say, diversify your energy resources by developing hydrogen and renewables. Also investing in efficiency, and the session on, I think, technology on efficiency was of particular interest to me, because at the end of the day, you are actually investing in efficiency, and also investment in human resources. Now, most of the regions, if you look at the wealth components, their wealth components is mostly natural resource component, and then human capital and produced capital. But down the road, we have to change that, the percentage or the shares. The share of human capital, of a produced capital, should be more than the share of the natural capital in our overall wealth components.
Thank you. Jean-Michel, you want to add something? I see you. No.
It is not the first
issue
time.
of inflation.
It's not the first time humans are facing an energy transition. My grandmother had no heating with external temperature -5 Celsius. Myself, we had no heating in the bedroom till I was 15 years old. And the first time I saw a young adult, 30 years old, buying a new car was my brother. And we did all of this. And now we have it. So in Europe, we are only seeing changing one type of fuel for another type of fuel. But for the most of humanity, the question is energy transition type 1, to get access to energy, to have heating if used full or cooling, and to have mobility. And this is not yet guaranteed to most of the humans. So this is task number 1. Task number 2, it won't come from the European. We are 8% of greenhouse gas emissions. The burden will be on the other humans. How will they do? When will they do? An Indian being seated at the place of Majid yesterday morning told society has to be involved. Society can do differently than top-down technologies or even capital investment. We may think the way we use cities, we may think the way we design transportations, but this is open to, let's say, the non-European countries to look at it, to invent it, and to do the way they are happy to build. And it's not only Middle East. My school has very friendly relations with India, and most of what the Saudis are saying, Indians are saying also. They are thinking the same. So a big part of humanity is thinking this way.
Okay, thank you. We'll shift now to our focus that took place yesterday, or the day number 4, where we shifted the focus to the demand side. We looked at transportation and mobility. What is the role of technology in reducing emissions, and what is the policy and regulatory environment that is needed to move transportation to a low-carbon future. We also discussed what's happening in the power sector and how it's transitioning toward decarbonization. And last but not least, we had a panel on energy efficiency and the role it's playing on the pathway toward sustainability. Let me start with you, Christoph, on this. If the electrification of the transportation sector goes at the rate that we're hoping it will go to decarbonize the sector, do you think that the power sector is able to keep up with such expectations?
Well, thank you for your question. I'm very comfortable with it because it happened that I was a prospective director in a major power distribution company which was wondering about this kind of question. If I can give the example of, to put some data, the example of a state like France, with 70 million inhabitants, we expect to have 35 million electric cars in 2050. This amount of cars, 35 millions, will generate an extra demand of electricity generated of 5% only. In 25 years, we have enough time to increase by 5% the capacity of generation. The main question is a peak load, of course. If all these technologies are connected at the same time, this could double the maximum peak observed as of today. So the answer will rely on the management of loading with the smart meters, with all these technologies. And so there are solutions. It's not easy, but this is an issue which has been already assessed and which apparently seems to be feasible. Then you have the question of acceptability and of feasibility for the household, but this is another question which is regarding the subsidies or the support which could be made to them.
Let's hope so. Thank you. Kurgan, I want to come back to you on the issue of energy efficiency as one of the pillars of decarbonization. Yesterday we heard the interaction between efficiency and subsidy. Do you see a new policy design for subsidy being the answer?
Yes, I mean energy conservation, demand side measures, efficiency are typically the low-hanging fruits. So then this should be on the priority in this transition, in this decarbonization, in terms of investment. So what's the business case for this, or what subsidies are needed, or what awareness needs to be created to get these measures implemented? Because these are usually and mostly no-regret policy where you also gain economically with energy efficiency measures. Therefore, I think there is a good argument, good material for policymakers. Although I don't believe in policy intervention in general. I think markets should work. Markets should be transparent, and market architecture is important. Regulatory design is important. But in this case, energy efficiency, there is definitely, in my opinion, a role for policymakers to play.
I want to stay with you, Kurgan, on the MENA region. We heard today the reason for the diversifying the economy, sources of energy, both create resilience for the region, and also many countries see it here as the pathway for a sustainable future with low carbon. In your view, what kind of economic diversification pathways are possible for the region?
What kind of?
Economic diversification pathways.
Economic justification.
Diversification.
Diversification. Yes.
It will facilitate energy transitions.
Yes, to facilitate. So you mentioned the keyword resilience, which is, I think, very important, and even in this period, like thinking of the unthinkable and being prepared. And in these, for example, we also have nuclear, which was discussed also in this conference a lot, one of the technologies, but then more into the direction towards SMRs, small modular reactors, more distributed generation to cover baseload when we have also a much higher diffusion of renewable energy technologies with their intermittent generation that we have. So the economics and the business case that needs to work, and this goes hand in hand with the financial markets then, because we need real investments, not financial investments, and the interest rates then play a key role as was also one key issue in the sessions that we have discussed here.
Okay, thank you. We have about 15 minutes, so I want to shift to the, since we have 4 presidents of the associations, the international, the Turkish, the French, the Saudi. I want to shift a little bit to the organizations of the conference, as well as the role of the associations. And I want to start with you, Jean-Michel, on this event. By my observation and the feedback that we received so far, is well organized and so on. There have been so many sessions that took place, more than I think 60 concurrent plus poster sessions. There are nearly 300 papers that are presented. The question is, what's next? How can we make sure that there is a continuity between international conference and to the next? And 2, how can we increase the impact of the conference? What's going to happen to the paper, the good papers that have been presented? Some students traveled overseas to come and present them. Is there any plan to utilize that knowledge and that production?
Oh, many, many questions. The first answer is the following. To have a real impact at the world level in energy economics thinking, energy economics policy making, is to have a strong research capability from the organizers. And it has been a success here because of KAPSARC, because of SAEE. Because you have been strong since many years into thinking, producing, you can have a strong conference and then be respected by the other regions, and then there is a challenge for the other regions to be at your level. I will do a step ahead, even if it is unpopular. Asia and Oceania, Eurasia, Africa, they have to scratch their head and to think how to redo what MENA did, how to do the same or something similar. Because for the moment, it's not granted that it will be done in the other regions. But soft competition among researchers might produce surprise. The second one is interesting because it is in the future. We at IAEE, we used to use strongly powerful publication tools. Best example, Energy Journal. We produce world top level articles. No, we do not produce, we publish. Okay, but how many a year? 100? So what do we do with the other articles? We do not know. We have to think better. We have to work on it. One possible way is webinars. Other possible way is what we have Energy Forum. We may create other ways also. We may create channels permitting to research to be more easily accessible and used at the world level. For the moment, we are not good at this. And the rest is for my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Christophe, you want to add something?
Yes, I was the last president before the energy crisis. So that was, if I may say, just after Gurkhan and some others in the room. So that was at the moment where we had a geographical expansion, like the Roman Empire, quite as large as possible. And it has been interrupted by the pandemic. And at the moment, we were wondering if it would restart at the same pace and if we could recover. And I think, seeing the conference of today and the one in Tokyo just before, there is no doubt we will recover quickly our efficiency. And what is the target of being displayed everywhere in the world is to spread energy economics all over the world. This is the mission of the association, and KAPSARC is contributing to that. But if I may give some recommendation to support this dynamic, one of them is to continue how you have already made. Continue to invest in high-level research, in excellent staffing, and this is the first recommendation I could do. The second could be to invite even more top-level speakers from, let's dream to a Nobel Prize, or why not, but just an idea. And the last point I would like to suggest is to consider the interdisciplinarity. Not leave the economists alone. Please join them with philosophers, people in ethics, people doing some technical sciences. Interdisciplinarity is something very important to examine the feasibility, also in case of social sciences, for instance. This is what I could propose.
Okay, thanks. Majid, as a chair of the steering committee for this conference, for the organizing steering committee, which I think is well organized, if you were to organize the event again, what would you change, if any? What would you advise the next presidency or the next organizers to focus on or to avoid?
Okay, that's the toughest one. But let me start. I was seated there, and Adam Szymanski came to me. He said, I want you to stand up and look back. And then when I stood up and looked, and it was a full house. So this is one of the first advice is try to get a full house in the final session.
Yes.
No one wants to miss the presidential panel.
So thank you all for making it. This is at least one sign of the success of the conference. Thank you all for coming. And since I am here, I am from SAEE, I have to make a commercial. You're all invited to be members of the SAEE. We welcome you as membership. We've got more than 100+ members, and we plan to have 3 times or 4 times the number of memberships. So you are welcome to apply for membership to associations. I want also, it will be hard to get what we have done right and what we've done wrong. But what we will do is that we will send a post-conference survey to all the participants. And in that survey, you tell us what we did right and what we did wrong. So please try to be frank. If there is something you didn't like, say I didn't like this. You know, the food was terrible, and so on. There is something that we haven't done, actually. It's God's wish. We usually pray for this. We had a good weather. So the weather helped us going around, having nice lunch outside, and so on. So the first thing, we'll be sending the survey, and please try to be frank and give us your feedback. I'm not going to say what we did right or wrong. I'm sure Fahad and I will be sitting with the team that had worked, and they will pinpoint to us. They probably had seen something that we hadn't seen. So we will do our job trying to evaluate and have self-criticism, self-appreciation, or something of what we've done. Final to say another announcement besides the membership of the IAEA, but this is for the participants. Number one, we had a meeting with the IAEA and the other stakeholders. The region, MENA region, will, inshallah, join the regional North American, European, and Latin American Energy Economics Conference in association with the IAEE. So an annual Middle Eastern conference will be Middle East Energy Economics Conference will be held in the region, dealing with the issues of the region. This is heartening to us. We look forward to it. And I'm happy to announce and thank KAPSARC, who graciously offered to host the next Middle East MENA Energy Economics in the Middle East next year. But this will be an annual undertaking. The first to host it will be KAPSARC. So thanks to KAPSARC for graciously offering to host the first MENA Energy Economics Conference next year. The other announcement is that, or the other message to the authors of the papers and the abstracts that have been accepted or presented here, either in the concurrent sessions or in the posters. We will coordinate to have a special issue of the Energy Journal to be published during this year. So if you are interested in having your paper to be published in the Energy Journal, which is the most prestigious energy journal worldwide, please send your paper to be considered for publication in that journal. So this is the second announcement to the presenters of the abstracts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to touch on one point, which was the weather. And the weather was very complicated when we were planning the event here. We were having plan and contingency plan and contingency plan. And in that regard, I would like to thank our colleagues in KAPSARC, facility management, public relations, who work behind the scene to make it go smoothly as possible with different plans that was conducted with nobody even noticing what's happening. Thank you very much.
Fahad, forget, I think they had also plan B, but we did not resort to plan B.
Yeah, we have different plans. We were debating cold weather, hot weather, sandstorms, and rains. So these are the scenarios that we estimated. Korgan, you're next to host the international conference in Istanbul next year. Can you give us a glimpse of the planning?
That's right, 25 to 28 June next year. So I think what is most important is to have these conferences not as standalone events, but have the connection, have the continuity. And in that respect, I'm very happy that we have colleagues from Saudi Arabia, both you, Majid Monef, Fajat Alajan, and others in the planning, in the program committee. Actually, the program committee, we have 34 members from 23 countries. And we had a nice planning meeting here where we also put in lessons learned session at the very beginning of the conference. So lessons learned from this conference conveying over to the Istanbul conference and continuing from there. I hope this will continue, we can continue on a sustained basis at international conferences. So to connect our conferences, the regional ones as well, and I'm very happy to hear that now this Middle Eastern MENA conference series starts here in KAPSARC. It's a great enrichment both for IAEE and for the region. And I hope this synergy will bring on great improvement for all involved parties, be it academia, be it policymakers, be it business. Now, for Istanbul next year, a glimpse, we're going to have 2 pre-conference workshops. One on life cycle analysis and the other one on energy access and security. And we may have a summer school. We will be having the conference at the Boğaziçi University campus, a beautiful campus, very centrally located in Istanbul. The title of the conference is Energy Sustainability, Security, Efficiency, and Accessibility in a Time of Transition. And we have a very short video. I'd like to show the video, which you can also access on the conference website. It's right on the homepage. Can we have the video, please? So we had 2 international conferences in Turkey, one in Istanbul, one in Antalya, and we are looking forward to welcoming you for the 3rd conference, international conference in Turkey next year.
Thank you. There you have it. The conference in 2024 in Istanbul. Now, please join me in thanking our panelists for a great insight into the last 4 days. Thank you very much. And now this wouldn't be a complete presidential panel without our President Fahad Al-Ajlan. So I would like to invite Fahad Al-Ajlan, the President of KAPSARC, to give the closing remarks. Fahad?
Thank you, Dr. Fahad. Thank you to all the panelists for summing up the last 4 days. It's been wonderful having all of you. I just wanted to build on a couple of comments, which is that IAEA conference should build on each other. I think we shouldn't take them as a standalone event. The learning that we get from one should continue to help in building. And so that's why what the hope is for the Istanbul conference, is that we build on what we learned back in Tokyo last year, but also in Riyadh this year. And I'll take a moment just maybe to recapture the lessons learned from Tokyo, because I wanted to make sure that we reflect on them, almost a year from the Tokyo conference. The 7 takeaways, and these were supplied by our colleagues and friends in IEJ, so thanks to them, is that the first, world energy crisis and the risk of diversion from 1.5-degree path was clear. The second was the continued importance of natural gas and LNG and the need for investment and finance. The high hopes for hydrogen, but also the challenges that remain, including market, scale, transportation, and infrastructure, and the importance of critical minerals and materials, circularity and the supply chain, and the need to address intermittency of renewable energies, dispatchable power, and market design. Also the growing and critical role and importance of nuclear energy, and finally, ensuring energy access and growth for emerging and developing countries. So this is what we learned back in Tokyo and the key takeaways. I've seen a lot of the themes and common takeaways here, but I feel that we continued and built on them. And I'll share, the presidents here on panels shared their key takeaways. I'll share my key takeaways from the Riyadh conference over the last few days. The first, energy security is becoming more important, and that's not only oil and gas, but also supply chain and critical minerals and rare earth metals. We need resiliency more than ever. The energy crisis has subsided, but have not ended. We need to be prepared for more volatility, and geopolitics and conflicts will increase, and that risk will continue. Second, we're not doing enough on climate change. We're going for suboptimal solution in all sectors. Clean energy and renewable is important, but it's not enough. And we need to, more than that, to get to net zero. And hydrocarbons will be part of the energy mix, and we need to renew our focus on decarbonization. The next point is that solving climate change should not come at the expense of economic growth and lifting people out of poverty, as Jean-Michel mentioned. At least that's the viewpoint from the developing world. Balance is important and a key word. On the transportation sector, I was completely surprised by the statistics that Dr. Amr mentioned. 91% of energy in the transportation sector continue to come from oil, and that's only 3% lower than the 1970s. So in almost 4 decades, we made very little progress. We have a long way to go, and we tend to focus on cars and EVs. But as we heard on that panel, transportation starts with walking. So we need to think more about buses, public transportation, e-scooters, two-wheelers. And we need to think that this is not only a technology issue. I mean, we need to think about serious redesigns of our cities, how we work, and how we live. For power and electricity market, which is what we think is one of the near-term objectives, the possible objectives of decarbonization, there is significant progress, yet challenges remain. The cost also, as we heard from His Royal Highness on the first day, might not always go down as we always assumed. And we heard about the role of nuclear and how it can impact the future, not only as a source of base load and emission-free source, but also as we approach different business model and small modular reactors. And yesterday we discussed efficiency, which, as Terzawa-san mentioned, might not be sexy, but is one of the critical levers that we have. We don't pay as much attention to efficiency. There is no cutting ribbons, there are no projects that you can picture, but it remains important. And the statistics that we heard, in a time of crisis, Japan, a culture that respects tradition and common destiny, only managed 2% energy saving per year in a time of crisis. To get to net zero, at least in some of the scenarios, we need to achieve 4%. We're definitely falling short. But we also heard about the 3 pillars of energy efficiency, and we need to keep those in mind. Laws and regulation. Second is advocacy and awareness. And finally, the price incentive. We should not blunt the price mechanism. And my final takeaway, seventh key takeaway, I like to continue with 7, the magical number 7, is that we're not investing enough in energy. This includes oil and gas, clean energy, renewable, hydrogen. But also the opposite is true. Investment in energy is not enough. We need to invest in other things. We need to invest in business models, in our thinking, and most importantly, in people. And definitely there we're falling short. We heard that during the discussion around diversification, the need for capacity build. And yes, we're the International Association of Energy Economics, but we need to focus on people. And so we need to invest in people. So these were my key takeaways. I hope you found them useful. And I hope, we continue the discussion as we leave Riyadh. I would like to go back maybe to the first day and my opening remarks. And that brings me to a discussion that I had with Dave Williams back in September. And I had similar discussion with Jean-Michel, with Adam, with Dr. Majid. And I think the question is, how do you define success of the conference? And I thought about it and I continue to think about it. And I said that I had 4 objectives. This is how I define success. The first, and it's not something that's actually related to the conference, that I would hope that people would learn more about the new Saudi Arabia, that they would see Saudi Arabia and how it is transforming. Because I've lived here all of my life, and I'm barely able to keep up with the change. The pace of transformation is exhilarating. And I hope that people, come back and leave Riyadh with this message, that not everything is going right. I don't think any place got it all right, but that things are being transformed here in Riyadh. The second, I hope that people would learn about KAPSARC, what we're doing here at KAPSARC. And that this is, yes, we're based in Riyadh, but we have a global focus. And we would like to continue working with other and collaborating with other. We have challenging questions. And for us to provide the solutions, we need to work together. The third was about networking. And I hope that, in our coffee breaks, in our lunch breaks, during the poster session, and after key panels, that we had the opportunity to network. And Adam was telling me yesterday that, one of our young colleagues here in KAPSARC, who has been here for 3 years, so he joined roughly during COVID, I told him that he met more people in his field in the last 3 days than in the last 3 years. So that makes me very hopeful. And finally, the key objective, the 4th key objective, was that people had fun. And so I hope that over the last few days, especially that cultural evening that we saw, a lot of talented people, I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed, being here with us for the last few days. And as we conclude, I think this is the time to thank people. And so first, I would like to thank all of you here. Thank you for attending and making this conference a success. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to all those who have submitted their abstracts and presented their papers and posters. There are more than 300 of you, so thank you very much for coming here and presenting and sharing your knowledge with us. I would like to also thank the International Association for Energy Economics for their support and selecting KAPSARC in Saudi Arabia for this year's conference. And I would like to thank also the Saudi Association for Energy Economics for co-hosting this event with us. And I would like to thank our sponsors for their generosity in making this program and this conference possible. In addition, I would like to thank Saudi Aramco for organizing the field trip to Sheibah tomorrow. I'm very confident for those of you who are going that you will have a wonderful time, weather permitting. So enjoy it there. Make sure that you clean the lens of your camera. It's going to be fantastic. Take a lot of pictures and post them, please. Finally, I would like to thank my KAPSARC teams. I would like to They have put in countless hours making us, at least at KAPSARC management, look good, even though we didn't do anything. We just kept preparing, opening statements and closing remarks and but they're the real heroes that made this conference a success. I would like to also thank our contractors, our volunteers, those who really did all of this. And I don't like to thank individual person because I think it's always a team effort, but I would be amiss not to thank one individual. I would like to thank His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, the Chairman of the Board of Trustees of KAPSARC. Without his support and vision for KAPSARC, this would not have been possible. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here in Riyadh. I hope you had an enjoyable time, and I hope to see you very, very soon back in Riyadh. Thank you.